Chapter 2349. The ancestral dragon had suffered a destructive attack, but he still hid this object deep in his heart to protect it. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Suyu tried to instill the power of desolation into it to see if there would be a reaction. As a result, the power of desolation in Suyu's body evaporated into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Suyu was shocked. He immediately swallowed a mouthful of spiritual meat to replenish the power of desolation. Unexpectedly, the more he replenished, the more the power of desolation disappeared. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in his body, swallowing all the power of desolation. He blinked and stared at the emerald wing in his hand. It could only be this thing. Ordinary people might have been scared enough to throw it away, but Suyu did the opposite. Not only did he not throw it away, but he also gritted his teeth and kept taking out more resources, consuming them and transforming them into desolation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. After a whole month, all the resources that Suyu had managed to scavenge in the human character realm were used up. However, the emerald wing did not change at all. It could devour all the power of desolation. Suyu had no more resources to convert. He pondered, looking at the emerald wing, and then looking up at the 3 majestic figures on the bridge. Since they captured me because of my dragon bloodline, does that mean that my bloodline can affect the emerald wing? Suyu's eyes flashed. He carefully sacrificed a drop of dragon blood and dripped it on the emerald wing. Suddenly, a very faint dragon-shaped mark appeared on the emerald wing, which had not changed for a long time. At the same time, a faintly discernible feeling appeared in Suyu's heart. Suyu had a feeling that he could control the emerald wing to fly away as long as he stuck it on his body. He prepared to sacrifice a drop of dragon blood again. But suddenly, he retracted his finger. The third ancestor was watching Suyu. If he really refined the emerald wing, he could imagine what would happen to him when he returned. He would probably be killed immediately, wouldn't he? Holding the emerald wing in his hand, Suyu stood where he was, deep in thought. If he brought the emerald wing back and did as they instructed, would the third ancestor let him go? Even if the insect ancestor had promised to spare Suyu's life. However, would a person care about a promise to an ant? No. If they were in a good mood, they might let him go. If he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't. It's better for me to take control of my own fate. Suyu didn't place his hopes on them. After a long time, he came up with several feasible plans and left with the emerald wings. Perhaps it was because there was no more dragon blood dripping in, but the weak dragon mark dissipated without being noticed. At that time, on the bridge, the third ancestor stood tall and stared at the dragon skeleton from afar. More than a month has passed. Has he still lost in the end? Insect ancestor frowned, wasting one of my tribulation crossing insect. Snake ancestor's expression was similarly ugly. He said in a low voice, it seems like he was unable to resist the eruption of the dragon breath a month ago because his dragon blood wasn't pure enough. A month ago, on the bridge, they clearly saw the entire dragon skeleton suddenly spew out dragon breath, burning its entire body. Under such circumstances, even they would be in danger, let alone Suyu. Only Ancestor Bone's expression was as calm as before. He said, wait patiently. The ancestral dragon is the most tolerant towards his descendants. He might not harm those with the dragon race bloodline. Just as expected, half a day later, a figure the size of a sesame seed flew up from under the bridge. Insect ancestor and snake ancestor's pupils constricted. They were anxious as they stared at Suyu, who was getting closer and closer. When Suyu flew onto the bridge, he opened his palm and revealed the emerald wings. Snake ancestor and insect ancestor rushed forward and snatched the emerald wings. Because they used too much strength, Suyu was pushed away by them and smashed heavily on the pier of the bridge. Even his bones were broken and his insides were in turmoil. Suyu was in pain both physically and mentally. He silently used his vitality to recover his body. Looking at the excited and fanatical eyes of insect ancestor and snake ancestor as they held the emerald wings, Suyu completely extinguished the idea of entrusting his fate to them. He had risked his life to ascend the dragon skeleton. They had never cared about how many times he had narrowly escaped death in the past month. They had even disregarded Su Yu's relatively weak body and forcefully snatched it away. How could people like them, who regarded him as an ant, have good intentions? The ancestral dragon's strange feathers are really still here. Our bitter wait for an era has finally paid off. Insect Ancestor and Snake Ancestor were extremely excited. Bone Ancestor also walked over and stared at the emerald wings. He said in a serious voice, "It is rumored that in the previous era, there were actually 2 ancestral dragons, one male and one female. Perhaps the Holy Mountain deliberately made the male ancestral dragon extremely powerful, but his lifespan was short, while the female ancestral dragon was weak, but her lifespan was endless. When the male ancestral dragon was about to die, the female ancestral dragon was reluctant to let him go. She resolutely cut off her own dragon heart and transplanted it into the male ancestral dragon's body. That was how the male ancestral dragon lived until the end of the era. The male ancestral dragon was sad, so he refined his heart into a pair of wings. He used his whole life to nourish it and refined it into the world's first pair of wings that could transcend life and death. He hoped that one day in the new era, he could use this pair of wings to break through the barrier of life and death and find the female ancestral dragon again. However, it is a pity that the ancestral dragon did not survive until the new era. The ancestral dragon's strange feathers carved from the female ancestral dragon's heart were completely covered in dust. Su Yu's heart was filled with sorrow when he heard this legend. The world was infinite, and there was love in the world. The long wait of an era ended with them being annihilated. No wonder the ancestral dragon's heart was so damaged, but this pair of wings was intact. Before dying, what the ancestral dragon wanted to protect the most was not his own life, but the hope that was heavier than life itself. He hoped that in the next life, in the new era, he could see his lover again. "Sigh, it is so touching," the bone ancestor said indifferently. "However, it is actually pedantic. If it was not to protect this heart, how could the ancestral dragon, one of the 9 great divine ancestors, be destroyed by the sacred mountain's son of heaven so easily?" The insect ancestor was dismissive. "There are millions of divine weapons in the world, and there are countless techniques. How can they be compared to the ruthlessness of love? The ancestral dragon is really not worth it." The snake ancestor shook his head and sighed. "It is a pity that he does not even understand such a simple truth. We are the great masters of the world. Only by being heartless can we reach the end." Hearing their words, Su Yu was extremely contemptuous. Living in the world, if there was only eternal life without fetters, what was the point of eternal life? So what if one lived through the eras again and again? In the end, they were walking corpses without souls. This ancestral dragon's strange feather has fallen into our hands. Let us shine again. This way, we will be worthy of the ancestral dragon's painstaking efforts for an era. The snake ancestor's contemptuous tone contained a hint of sarcasm. He waved his sleeves, and the clouds on the bridge dispersed, revealing the scenery on the other side. An incomparably tall furnace, like a mountain, stood on the plains. Under the furnace, the corpses of wild beasts were burning. Those wild beasts, without exception, were existences of the super strong. However, at this moment, they could only be reduced to firewood. The third ancestor used some unknown method, and the wild beasts, like moths flying into a flame, threw themselves into the fire one after another, becoming a part of the raging flames. The furnace was burned red, and the wine-red liquid inside was constantly bubbling. "Let's begin." The third ancestor flew above the furnace and stared at the wine-red liquid inside. The insect ancestor held the ancestral dragon's strange feather and sighed. "We, the third ancestor, have dripped a drop of our ancestral blood into it every day for an entire era, just to wait for this day. If they wanted to control the ancestral dragon's strange feather and fly out of this glazed ancient cave, they could only rely on their ancestral blood to irrigate it. Because the ancestral dragon's strange feather had gone through an era of the ancestral dragon, the strength of the third ancestor was far inferior to the ancestral dragon. Only by joining forces and using the ancestral blood of the 3 of them, and the spiritual liquid that had been fused for a long time, could they possibly control the ancestral dragon's strange feather. For this, they had sacrificed too much. Every day, they continuously gave their ancestral blood, but they were trapped here with no way to replenish it. Year after year, day after day, their strength did not increase, but instead declined, and they were far from their heyday. Because of this, they could not afford to make any mistakes. This time, they had to succeed. Begin. The insect ancestor threw the ancestral dragon's strange feather into the furnace. All of a sudden, the entire furnace began to turn upside down, and countless spiritual liquid rushed out of the furnace. It turned out that the ancestral dragon's strange feather was resisting fiercely, trying to break free from the furnace. Junior, come here. The snake ancestor's eyes turned sharp, and he pulled Suyu over from afar, saying, "Lend me your dragon blood." Without waiting for Suyu to resist, he slapped his palm on Suyu's back, causing Suyu to spit out a mouthful of blood mist. The blood mist condensed in the air, and the human's blood was removed, while the remaining dragon's blood condensed together and dripped onto the ancestral dragon's strange feather. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon's strange feather quietened down, and it was slowly eroded by the third ancestor's ancestral blood. Just like that, a day later, the ancestral dragon's strange feather resisted uneasily again. The snake ancestor slapped Suyu's chest again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto the ancestral dragon's strange feather. After being watered by the dragon's blood, the ancestral dragon's strange feather calmed down again. The snake ancestor's nervous face eased slowly, and he laughed. As expected, the blood of our third ancestor isn't enough to refine the ancestral dragon's strange feather. It must be appeased by the blood of the dragon clan. The bone ancestor and the insect ancestor heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, everything went smoothly. However, they did not notice that Suyu, who was ignored by them, had lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with deep coldness. He wiped the blood that had yet to dry at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly in his heart, "The blood of an era? Fine, I'll make you lose everything." They completely regarded Suyu as a blood bag, and when needed, they would hit him with a palm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. If they were not worried that taking out the dragon's blood from Suyu's body would affect the effects of the dragon's blood, they would have sucked Suyu dry and turned him into a piece of human skin. Since they were heartless, Suyu would certainly not be righteous. Time passed slowly. Every day, Suyu would be hit by the snake ancestor's palm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of dragon's blood. Suyu endured silently, waiting for the right time. A year later, everything was on the right track, and the third ancestor's heart seemed to be at ease. They did not keep a strict watch on Suyu anymore. As long as Suyu voluntarily handed over a drop of dragon's blood, he would be free to move around on the bridge. Chapter 2350. Suyu did not choose to escape. If he could escape from the third ancestor, he would not have been caught. After sacrificing a drop of fresh dragon blood every day, Suyu would train in the center of the bridge. The unique aura here was extremely dense. Even though he himself had no use for it, he could accumulate it and leave it for the little Chelene, or use it after he broke through to the Dowlord realm. The third patriarch was fully focused on the refinement of the ancestral dragon's strange feather, so he was not in the mood to cultivate. They had no use for these special scents at the moment. Seeing that Suyu had taken all of them away, the third ancestor did not stop him, even though he was dissatisfied. Time passed slowly. Year after year passed. The cauldron steamed every day, and the spirit liquid inside gradually merged into the ancestral dragon's strange feather. In the beginning, it needed a drop of dragon blood a day to appease the ancestral dragon's strange feather. Now, it only needed a drop every 7 to 8 days. It was clear that the ancestral dragon's strange feather was no longer so resistant to the blood of the 3 ancestors. This indirectly showed that they were already able to control the ancestral dragon's strange feathers. They just needed to absorb all the ancestral blood, and the ancestral dragon feathers would be theirs. 5 years passed slowly. The exit of the glazed ancient cave finally closed due to lack of energy. Outside the entrance, Xiao Lifeng was waiting at the radiant jade. Xian Hua, Xie Xiaoye, Xian Yin, and Kong Chu walked out of a winding passageway. Then, it was Seeking Sword Pavilion's Hunting Shadow and Ghost Eye. Finally, the bamboo-hatted man, Biyun Hongxian, and Princess Qian Yu appeared. Qian Yu. Xiao Lifeng was filled with anticipation as he welcomed her. He had agreed to open the glazed ancient cave together with the other two great forces, and his biggest hope was on Princess Qian Yu. Hopefully, he would be able to temper himself in the glazed ancient cave and become a powerful Dao Lord. But when Princess Qian Yu appeared, Xiao Liefeng's heart was filled with disappointment. Over the past 5 years, Princess Qian Yu had made no progress other than the purer desolate force in her body. Could it be that she had not been baptized by the glazed ancient platform? Father. Princess Qian Yu was crestfallen. She had thought that following the man in bamboo hat would allow her to obtain a great fortune and amaze the world with a single feat. Who knew that Ghost Master would appear and destroy all her hopes? It was such a precious opportunity to enter the glazed ancient cave, but she almost didn't get anything. What happened inside? Xiao Liefeng asked. This shouldn't be the case. No matter how weak Princess Qian Yu was, she shouldn't have left empty-handed. Princess Qian Yu said in an aggrieved tone, the human-tier ancient glazed platform was completely destroyed, and the earth-tier ancient glazed platform was taken by the people of the Sword-Seek Pavilion, so I didn't get anything. The flames of rage in Xiao Liefeng's heart surged when he heard this, and he glared angrily at Hunting Shadow and Ghost Eye. However, he discovered that the two of them had not improved at all. Imperial Father, there's no need to look anymore. All of us who went in this time have returned empty-handed, Princess Qian Yu said, feeling much better. Anyway, no one benefited from it, so she wasn't embarrassed. Xian Hua, you've broken through to the fish dragon realm? However, Radiant Jade cried out with pleasant surprise, and it caused Xiao Liefeng's heart to tremble greatly. He glanced over. Wasn't that right? Presently, the surface of Xian Hua's body was faintly coiled with profound airflow, and it formed a faintly discernible pattern. It was the symbol of the Fish Dragon Realm's Dao Lord. No, it wasn't just Xian Hua. Xie Xiaoye, Xian Yin, and Kong Chu had all broken through to the Fish Dragon Realm. In the human realm, the probability of breaking through to the Dao Lord realm was less than 50%. The cultivation of the four of them had previously been at the level of family masters, and now they had all broken through to the Fish Dragon realm. Wasn't their luck too nature-defying? Xiao Liefeng was filled with jealousy, but he realized that something was amiss. He walked over and asked Xie Xiaoye, why did the four of you break through, but why did my daughter not gain anything? He couldn't understand. Princess Qian Yu was with them, so why didn't Princess Qian Yu get anything? Xian Hua and Xian Yin glanced at Princess Qian Yu indifferently. As the Nightless Empire and the Palace of Light were still allies, they couldn't say it out loud. However, Xie Xiaoye didn't hesitate. She sneered coldly, why? Because your precious princess daughter didn't want to be with us and left alone. Oh, now it seems like she didn't like us and chose to leave with the man in the bamboo hat. You can't blame us for that. What? Xiao Liefeng turned to glare at Princess Qian Yu, his eyes filled with great anger. Qian Yu, what's going on? Before he left, he had clearly instructed her to listen to Su Yu's arrangements after entering the Glaze Ancient Cave. She had actually left with the man in the bamboo hat. In the end, she didn't get any benefits and even lost a great opportunity for nothing. Princess Qian Yu felt as if something was pressing down on her chest. She said in disbelief, they're talking nonsense. The Glaze Ancient platform of the human realm had clearly stopped working. How could it have allowed them to break through to the Pathmaster level? At this moment, even Xian Hua couldn't stand it anymore. She said calmly, Princess Qian Yu, just take it that we had other gains. Princess Qian Yu's chest heaved up and down. She couldn't calm down. She could have gotten a share of the loot, but she had trusted the man in the bamboo hat and gone to the Earth realm without gaining anything. However, the original team that she had abandoned had a great harvest. How could she remain calm? It was Su Yu. He deliberately angered me and made me leave, didn't he? People were always unwilling to admit their own mistakes, especially the self-centered Princess Qian Yu. She threw all the blame onto Su Yu, thinking that he had maliciously framed her. Xian Hua frowned slightly. Princess Qian Yu, please watch your words. You were the one who insisted on leaving. How can you blame Su Yu? She felt that Princess Qian Yu was unreasonable. She was forcing her own mistakes onto Su Yu. Father, Su Yu is not a good person. You have to believe me. Princess Chen Yu said pitifully. Slap. This time, Xiao Lifeng couldn't take it anymore. He slapped Princess Chen Yu, his eyes filled with indescribable disappointment. You disappoint me. He was very clear about his daughter's personality and temperament. She could imagine what had happened just by hearing Shen Hua's words. Gang Bin's selfish daughter must have looked down on Su Yu and abandoned him to follow the man in the bamboo hat whom she had just met. She would rather believe a stranger than Su Yu, who had taught her for half a year. This caused her to lose her only chance to break through to the Pathmaster level. Xiao Lifeng felt like he had aged 1,000 years in an instant. Some people in this world were like mud that couldn't be saved no matter how hard they tried. They weren't as capable as others, and even their brains weren't good enough. Father, you hit me? Princess Chen Yu couldn't believe it. Her father, who had never hit her before, had hit her for an outsider. Xiao Liefeng's eyes were hollow as he said wearily, "Go back to the palace and face the wall for 100 years until you become enlightened." Princess Chen Yu couldn't help but protest angrily as she ordered her men to take her away. Xiao Lifeng looked at the Palace of Light, which was full of gains, and felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Heaven's will. Even with Su Yu's help, he couldn't stop his daughter from being useless. Guangming Yu examined Shen Hua, Shen Yin, and Kong Chu's bodies and confirmed that their cultivation levels were stable. He was thrilled and delighted. What happened? All of you broke through. Shen Hua had the most right to speak. When we went there, the ancient glaze platform had indeed stopped working. It seemed like Su Yu had done something there that caused it to emit a special gas that was as heavy as the word earth. That was how we managed to break through to the Pathmaster level after 5 years of training. Su Yu. Guangming Yu was surprised, but he felt that it was reasonable. This human really had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Hearing that it was Su Yu who had done it, Xiao Liefeng's heart became even more depressed. Su Yu was obviously his man, but in the end, the benefits that Su Yu had created were all reaped by the Palace of Light. He laughed at himself, lost for a moment, and asked, "What about Su Yu? Where is he?" He was completely disappointed in Princess Chen Yu and no longer held any hope. Instead, he pinned his hopes on Su Yu. If Su Yu could represent the Nightless Empire, that would be great. If the four of them could reap such great benefits, surely Su Yu's benefits would be even greater. But Shen Hua shook her head. Su Yu left after settling us down. Is he not back yet? Xie Xiaoye's heart tightened, and she looked around frantically. At that moment, the sound of hooves could be heard from within the passageway. Wu Xintai Constable rode out on his gold and silver horse, his eyes dim. There's no need to wait, Su Yu is not coming back. She had a bad feeling about the destruction of the word human. Now that 5 years had passed, and there was no sign of Su Yu's return, his fate was clear. Holding the 9-jade spiritual pearl in his hand, Wu Xintai Constable's chest was filled with depression and grief. Everyone was silent. Guangming Yu sighed softly, not suspecting anything. The ancient glaze cave was a perilous place. It was normal for Su Yu to die there. Xiao Liefeng's body swayed. He had escaped the Yuan-level domain with great difficulty, but in the end, he still couldn't escape death. His heart was filled with despair. But he quickly came back to his senses. Even if he lost Su Yu, he still had Xie Xiaoye and Wu Xintai Constable to represent the Sleepless Empire. Wu Xintai Constable, do you still remember our agreement? Xiao Lifeng said. Back then, he had asked Wu Xintai Constable to represent the Sleepless Empire to participate in the 8-star civilization assessment, in exchange for a chance to enter the ancient glaze cave. I remember, but I can't fulfill it for now. Wu Xintai Constable looked up at the horizon, his heart filled with melancholy. I want to find someone for Su Yu and obtain something. If I complete it, I will continue to participate in the assessment on your behalf. After saying that, he galloped off on his horse, stepping into the vast starry sky. Xie Xiaoye's eyes were resolute. Without seeing it with her own eyes, she would never believe that Su Yu had really died. I want to wait here. Xie Xiaoye sat cross-legged, staring at the entrance of the ancient glaze cave. She believed that Su Yu would return, just like how he could return alive under the Yuan-level domain. Among everyone, only one person was in a good mood. It was the man in the bamboo hat. Haha, it's good that he died. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The man in the bamboo hat murmured softly. His eyes looked in the direction where Princess Chenyu had left, and he laughed coldly. However, I can make use of that stupid princess. The ancient glaze cave swept across the colored glaze civilization in a shocking manner. Overnight, the colored glaze civilization gained 4 strong men of the fish dragon realm, 3 of whom were heaven rulers. With the few of them participating in the assessment, their chances of qualifying would be greatly increase. The entire colored glaze civilization was in a great celebration. Compared to the excitement of the entire civilization, Suyu was silently enduring the pain of dripping blood. But this was the last drop of blood. 5 years had passed, and the refinement had reached its final moment. Chapter 2351. There was only clear water left in the cauldron. The ancestral dragon Strange Feather had completely absorbed the blood of the 3 ancestors that had fused into it. The ancestor dragon Strange Feather no longer resisted and lay motionlessly in the cauldron. I've finally succeeded. Insect ancestor looked up at the sky and sighed. The wait of an epoch has finally not been in vain. Snake ancestor was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. The heavens didn't let me down. Open, lead us to break the seal and return to the world. Ancestor Bone took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp. Ancestor Lu, your doomsday is here. The 3 progenitors acted in unison, capturing the ancestral dragon Strange Feather together. The ancestral dragon Strange Feather was exceptionally obedient and had no intention of resisting. As such, the 3 of them were completely at ease, and they channeled their unparalleled mighty power into it together. The strange feathers of the ancestral dragon began to tremble, and the surface of the jade emitted a gentle green light. Wherever the green light passed, space flowed like flowing water. Yin and yang, life and death, and time were all changing. Even the sky above the character heaven was changing in layers. Ancestral dragon wings, activate. The 3rd forefather shouted and the ancestral dragon wings were fully activated. It suddenly grew 100 times larger, becoming a pair of jade wings that were 30 meters wide. The 3 ancestors turned around and came under the wings at the same time. In the next moment, as long as they continued to activate it, they would be able to use the most powerful wings of the last great era to break through the glazed ancient cave seal, descend into the western region, descend into this great era, descend into the heads of all living beings. I'm finally going to break free. Snake ancestor revealed an excited look. The insect ancestor nodded. Suddenly, he glanced at Suyu, who was on the bridge, and said indifferently, "How should we deal with this ant?" They had already squeezed out all of the dragon clan's blood from Suyu's body and made use of him, but they still had no intention of letting him go. Ancestor Bone said indifferently, "To be able to personally witness the birth of the ancestral dragon's wings is already a great opportunity that we have bestowed upon him. Even if he dies, he will have no regrets." When Suyu heard this, he laughed silently. After 5 years of trials and tribulations, they extracted a drop of his dragon blood every day to help them refine the ancestral dragon's feathers. However, in their eyes, this was a great favor to Suyu. Ridiculous, hateful, disgusting. Insect ancestor nodded, "I understand." It looked at Suyu, its eyes full of arrogance. It was like a god above the 9 heavens, looking down at the ants crawling on the ground. "You have no regrets after seeing us 3 ancient ancestors with your own eyes, right? Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Dying in the hands of an insect ancestor is also a blessing that you have cultivated for 9 lifetimes. Killing Suyu and saying that it was Suyu's good fortune for several lifetimes. Suyu's smile became more and more profound, to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Insect ancestor said indifferently, "Ant, what are you laughing at?" He felt that something was wrong, but he did not take it to heart. Could an ant overturn the heavens? I'm laughing at you for thinking too highly of yourselves and belittling me. Suyu laughed heartily. Insect ancestor was indifferent. Isn't that the case? A mere ant wants to be mentioned in the same breath as us peerless overlords. As he spoke, he extended a finger and said indifferently, "Dying in my hands, consider yourself lucky." Just as he was about to strike, Suyu laughed loudly. In my life, I have met many beings who thought they were superior, but in the end, they all fell, and I was the only one left standing, trampling them under my feet. You so-called primordial ancestors are no exception. Staring at the three of them, Suyu's eyes were full of hatred. In the past 5 years, you hit me with a palm every day, took a drop of my blood every day, and I remember it all. Today, I will give you a gift, and I will return it all. The three ancestors' faces were indifferent, as if they were looking at an ant, crazily cursing the gods above the 9 heavens. That hysterical, weak and incompetent roar, that pathetic and ridiculous madness, in their eyes, they did not even have the mood to laugh. After all, who would care about the anger of an ant? Lunatic. Insect ancestor raised his finger, preparing to crush Suyu. However, at this moment, the strange feathers of the ancestral dragon, which had been refined by them with the blood of an era, suddenly flapped violently without warning. Under the flapping of the wings, a weak whirlwind was set off. The whirlwind rose, yin and yang flowed in reverse, and life and death became chaotic. The three ancestors were caught off guard, and they were all sent flying. Among them, insect ancestor's extended finger was cut off amidst the chaotic life and death. Snake ancestor was attacked by a chaotic yin and yang flow, and his body swelled and shrank, as if he was about to be destroyed. Even bone ancestor's body flickered uncontrollably in all directions. What happened? The strange feathers of the ancestral dragon are out of control. Insect ancestor covered his broken finger and said in surprise. Bone ancestor stared at the strange feathers of the ancestral dragon, and found that there was a faint dragon mark on it. Someone refined it in advance. Bone ancestor turned his head and stared at Suyu coldly. You dare to deceive us? Snake ancestor was also extremely resentful, but he could not believe it. Impossible, even if he dripped his own dragon blood in advance, how could it defeat the ancestral blood of our three ancestors? Even if Suyu really refined it in advance, it would have long been destroyed by the impact of the ancestral blood. Suyu only had the blood of a half-dragon, and it was impossible to resist the invasion of the blood of the three ancestors. Suyu stood up. Due to the prolonged blood loss, his face was sickly pale. But at this moment, his pale face was filled with contempt. Because I have blood that surpasses all of you. As it turned out, before he returned with the ancestral dragon, Strange Feather. It tried to infuse all the blood in the divine 9-dragon cauldron into the ancestral dragon feather. The blood in the cauldron was the blood of ancient god 9-dragon. In the previous era, there were 9 of the most powerful sacred ancestors. In this era, there were 8 ancient gods. The realms of Ancestor Bone and the other 2 were definitely far inferior to the sacred ancestor and were naturally inferior to the 8 great ancient gods of this era. Hence, the strange feathers of the ancestral dragon had been quietly refined by Suyu when they were under the bridge. He already had it in his hands. However, the ancestral dragon's strange feather seemed to have not been activated yet. It needed more power to awaken it. Therefore, Suyu remained calm and collected. He silently endured the snake ancestor's palm strike every day. He silently sacrificed a drop of dragon blood in order to get the third ancestor to obediently contribute all of her accumulation for an era. 5 years passed. The ancestral blood accumulated by the 3 ancestors was finally completely absorbed by the ancestral dragon's strange feather and could be used. At this time, what was Suyu hesitating about? The accumulation of an entire era had all become Suyu's wedding dress. Evil creature. The insect ancestor's indifferent face was filled with anger. He was like a high and mighty deity who was deceived by an ant. It was unforgivable. Die. Suyu coldly snorted. Strange feathers of the ancestral dragon. With a command, the ancestral dragon's strange feather appeared behind Suyu with a swoosh. Then, with a fan, it stirred the seal above Suyu's head, broke a gap, and flew out in an instant. Ah! Stop! The insect ancestor was shocked and hurriedly chased after them. The bone ancestor and the snake ancestor's faces also changed greatly. They hurriedly chased after them, hoping to catch up to the gap. However, not long after they flew into the sky, countless thunderbolts rumbled down. Each of them was comparable to the Yuan realm, and they fiercely struck the 3 of them from the sky. As a result, They watched the gap heal before their eyes. Before it healed, Su Yu's extremely cold voice came from outside. "Thank you for the ancestral blood. I will repay this kindness in the future." Su Yu would never forgive what the three of them had done. One day, he would make them pay a heavier price. Little B** starred. The snake ancestor let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire Glaze ancient cave trembled violently. Within the heavenly character, because of this hysterical roar, everything was shattered into chaos, leaving only a river, a bridge, and a golden lotus throne of evil crossing. The bone ancestor was also filled with hatred. "I was actually played by a little ant." The ancestral blood in the furnace was the crystallization of the three of them dripping it day and night. It had been brewed for an era. In the end, it all benefited that ant. Not only did they not get the ancestral dragon's strange feather, but they also helped Su Yu activate it. Thinking of this, they were so angry that their chests were about to explode. How could a deity tolerate being deceived by an ant? At the same time, outside the Glaze civilization, in the depths of the universe, an old man in a Taoist robe walked in the void with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of the Glaze civilization. His indifferent face quickly turned serious. "Those three guys are going to break out of isolation?" After a long time, his tone became heavier. "The end of the world has come, and the West region will never be peaceful." When Su Yu broke out of the Glaze ancient cave, he found that he was already far away from the Glaze civilization. "The ancestral dragon's strange feather is really nature-defying," Su Yu exclaimed. With just a gentle flash, he had taken him across the star region. With such speed, those super-strong men, even if they were 10,000 times faster, were far inferior. At the same time, Su Yu's body was surrounded by lingering chaotic yin and yang, as well as chaotic life and death auras. They formed blurred waves of light, appearing on the surface of his body. These were all caused by the flap of the ancestral dragon wings just now. As soon as Su Yu retracted his wings, these things would disappear. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, the aura of a super-strong man descended. Moreover, the aura was very familiar. Looking up, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had just escaped from a wolf's den into a tiger's mouth? It was none other than the purple flame demonic woman. She had the cultivation of the fish-dragon realm. Su Yu had lost most of his dragon blood, and the power of his heavenly dragon body was far from what it used to be. He had used up the 9-5 Heavens Frost Needles and the Yuan level realm. How could he deal with her? However, what happened next surprised Su Yu a little. The purple flame demonic woman stared at the yin and yang and the reverse flow of life and death on the surface of Su Yu's body in awe. Fear rose in her heart. "Greetings, Senior. Senior, you have come to the Starfire civilization. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Su Yu was stunned for a moment. She was frightened by the vision brought about by the ancestral dragon's strange feather. Whether it was the chaotic yin and yang or the chaotic life and death, it was incomparably shocking. The purple flame demonic woman probably mistook Su Yu for some ancient powerful man. Turning his eyes, Su Yu pretended to sound ancient and magnificent. "Ant, who are you?" "Ant." Not only did the purple flame demonic woman not feel insulted, but she became even more cautious. This was because she had the honor of meeting a mysterious ancient powerful man. It was said that he came from the previous era. Chapter 2352. The purple flame demoness said cautiously, "This junior is the Starfire civilization's purple flame demoness." "Greetings, Senior." Su Yu was secretly surprised. He had accidentally come to the Starfire civilization from the Colored Glaze civilization. The distance between the two civilizations was so vast that even super experts would need several years to travel. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed such a long distance. The might of the strange feather of the ancestral dragon was truly astounding. No wonder it was known as the #1 flying magic treasure in the previous era. "Senior, what can I do for you?" the purple flame demoness asked. Su Yu stared at her deeply and said indifferently, "Ant, I am looking for the divine throne of heaven and earth. Do you know where it is?" The purple flame demoness didn't doubt it at all. Instead, She felt that it was precisely because of this that an unfathomable and peerless Almighty had appeared out of nowhere. It was because of the appearance of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth that it was drawn out. Senior, we are also looking for the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. After a pause, the purple flame devilish woman cautiously said, Senior, if you trust us, why don't you stay in the Starfire civilization for the time being? We'll do our best to gather intelligence, and we'll inform you of anything we find. Suyu wanted to refuse, but the strange feather of the ancestral dragon had absorbed too much of the third ancestor's blood, and it needed to be dealt with urgently. Otherwise, it could easily become a hidden danger. Lead the way. Suyu wore a look of reluctance as he gave him face. The purple flame devilish woman was overjoyed. It would be greatly beneficial to the development of the Starfire civilization if she could establish a relationship with such a peerless almighty being. It might even become a life-saving card for the Starfire civilization. Under his guidance, Suyu arrived at the core region of the Starfire civilization, Sacred Flame City. The 4 evil women lived in this city. At this moment, apart from the elusive divine flame demoness who was still in seclusion, the other 2 demonesses had received the purple flame demoness notice in advance and were waiting at the top of Saint Flame City to welcome them. They led a group of prodigies in the city and respectfully welcomed him. Welcome to the Starfire civilization, Senior. Suyu indifferently swept his gaze over the people, including the 2 of them, and calmly said, Too weak, it's hard for you to achieve anything great. The 2 evil women were embarrassed, but they didn't dare to retort. Just now, a terrifying force had brushed past the Starfire civilization. As a result, the operation of the entire civilization was in chaos. On the civilization, all the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping the depths of the universe. It was as if a sacred ancestor had arrived to inform them of the arrival of their arrival, causing them to feel a sense of fear from the depths of their bloodline. At the same time, the civilization shook, and the weather changed. Even the atmosphere changed drastically, causing everyone to be forced to stop cultivating. As the strongest experts of the Starfire civilization, the 3 evil women could feel it even more clearly. It gave them the feeling that there was a terrifying existence in the sky that was stepping on the Spark civilization, making it hard for them to breathe. Hence, the purple flame demoness mustered up her courage and went to investigate, only to find Suyu. In fact, it was the ancestral dragon, Strange Feather, who exuded such a deterrent force. Not only was it the heart of the female ancestral dragon, but it had also been infused with the blood of the 3 ancestral dragons. All beasts would feel fear. However, they had misunderstood Suyu's actions. Suyu simply put on a tiger's skin and swaggered around in the Starfire civilization to deceive them. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, the purple flame demoness replied awkwardly. This way please, Senior. Under their respectful escort, Suyu arrived at the most solemn and sacred holy palace in Sacred Flame City. Suyu sat alone in the highest seat of honor, overlooking the many supreme experts of the Starfire civilization who were standing upright. It was as if he was the master of the Starfire civilization. Give me information about the heavenly divine throne in 3 days, Suyu ordered. His tone did not have the slightest intention of asking for help, and it seemed rude and overbearing. However, the more he did so, the more they were in awe of him. This was the ultimate almighty, every word and action was incomparably ostentatious. Yes. The purple flame demoness and the other 2 evil women replied. The purple flame demoness clapped her hands, and an exceptionally beautiful and young woman with a hot look appeared. She held a crystal with hundreds of superimposed seals in her hands. The woman was Liu Yi, a peerless beauty of the younger generation of the Starfire civilization who was known as the Flame Fairy. Now, she was submissively presenting the item. It was obvious that she was trying to please Suyu. Moreover, the item in her hands was no trivial matter. As soon as the item appeared, the group of geniuses swallowed hard. That was the Holy Flame Gilt, which was unique to the Starfire civilization. The marvelous holy flame contained in it, once integrated into the body of the Pathmaster, could enhance his cultivation. Usually, they could only get a piece the size of a fingernail, but the one in front of them was the size of a goose egg, which was more than what the geniuses in the past 100 years had gotten. Such a large amount of holy flame gold, if given to any one of them, could help them break through the realm of at least 2 Pathmasters, and they might even become super strong individuals. Not only were the young people jealous, but even the 3 evil women were extremely distressed. In the Starfire civilization, this was the only good thing that they could offer. Elder, please accept it. Liu Yi presented the holy flame gold in a charming manner. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the holy flame gold and said, "You weak civilizations always like to please me with things that you think are precious, but in my eyes, these things are worthless." Everyone had mixed feelings. The unparalleled divine item that they had been trying their best to get their hands on was worthless in the eyes of the almighty beings of the world. However, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was better that the elder didn't like it. They could still use it for themselves. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said, "However, for the sake of your filial piety, I will give you face and accept it reluctantly." He lifted a finger and activated the space realm, and the holy flame gold fell into his palm silently. Space realm? The 3 evil women and the many young talents gasped. One of the legendary supreme 8 great realms, the space realm? This was a realm that could not be condensed. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a peerless hero, he had mastered the space realm. They were even more in awe of him. "I never take advantage of people. Since I have accepted your broken stone, I will naturally give you the benefits you deserve," Su Yu said calmly. Everyone was delighted and secretly guessed what Su Yu was going to give them. Would it be divine elixirs? Or divine cultivation techniques? The 3 evil women were also full of expectations, and they pricked up their ears to listen to what Su Yu was going to say next. "You are practicing fire cultivation techniques, right? Then I will teach you the language of the third-rate race, the Lihua tribe. How much you can master depends on your own luck," Su Yu said. Hearing this, the young people were extremely disappointed. What was the use of passing on the language to them? It could not be used as a cultivation technique. However, the pupils of the 3 evil women shrank, and they knelt down and kowtowed on the ground. "Thank you, Senior, thank you for your great kindness." At their level, they would more or less master some secret techniques passed down from first-rate civilizations. Among the first-rate civilizations, there was a famous fire race that was born good at fire cultivation. They were called the Lihua tribe. Over the years, the sacred palace had more or less obtained some of the secret techniques of the Lihua tribe. However, the language of the Lihua tribe was abnormally jerky, so it was useless for them to obtain it. For many years, they had tried to decipher the language of the Lihua tribe, but to no avail. The powerful being in front of them casually said that he would pass on the language of the Lihua tribe. How could they not be excited? However, in addition to their excitement, they could not help but feel nervous. The language of the Lihua tribe had never been passed on to outsiders. If the senior in front of them was not a member of the Lihua tribe, how could he be proficient in it? Watch carefully. Su Yu had mastered the language of the heavenly book. He immediately wrote thousands of words in the air with his fingers and personally passed on the pronunciation and meaning of the words. The 3 evil women were like students. They knelt on the ground and used the photographic crystal to memorize everything without missing a single word. "Do you understand now?" Su Yu said calmly as he retracted his fingers. The purple flame demonic woman kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. However, we are not qualified enough to comprehend 1% of it. Sigh. You are just a bunch of ants. I am asking too much." Su Yu seemed very disappointed. He had spent countless years comprehending these things himself. It had taken him at least 10 years to comprehend the language of the Lihua tribe. Right now, the purple flame demonic woman had comprehended 1% of the language in a short period of time. She was much more perceptive than Su Yu. However, she had been looked down upon by Su Yu. Su Yu felt embarrassed and ashamed. However, he had to try his best to imitate those supremes so that he would not reveal any flaws. As expected, the purple flame demonic woman was ashamed and in awe. "Senior, you are right. We will work hard to comprehend after we go down. We will not let you down. All right, I am going to rest. All of you can leave now." The purple flame demonic woman and the others did not dare to stay. They dragged Liu Yi, who was trying to please him, away. When Su Yu was left alone, his tense heart finally relaxed. For the past 5 years, he had been tense all the time, not daring to relax for even a moment. Now, he finally had the chance to rest. Heaving a sigh of relief, Su Yu closed his eyes to rest. Perhaps because he was too tired, he fell asleep unknowingly. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a strange noise. He looked around and saw that the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon behind him had started to shrink. What is going on? Su Yu examined it and was shocked to find that more than half of the third ancestor's blood in the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon had melted. Moreover, it was melting at an even faster speed. With the disappearance of the third ancestor's blood, the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon also gradually shrunk back to its original, unactivated state. It can't be. The third ancestor's accumulation of the ancestral dragon's blood only lasted for 2 to 3 days. Su Yu exclaimed in shock. However, when he thought about it carefully, the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon were the heart of the ancestral dragon. The amount of energy needed to maintain its activated state was enormous. The third ancestor's blood was weak compared to the ancestral dragon's heart. It was already impressive that it could barely maintain it for 3 days. Presumably, the third ancestor did not intend to use the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon all the time. She only intended to use its power to break through the layer of seal. Looking at the wings that had finally shrunk to the size of a palm, Su Yu could not help but feel disappointed. If he wanted to activate it next time, he would have to get his hands on the ancestral blood. But where could he find the ancestral blood? Putting it away, Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Without the pressure and unusual phenomenon produced by the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon, how could he continue acting as the almighty being? Chapter 2353. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu took out a severed finger. This was severed from insect ancestor's hand when ancestral dragon's strange feather ambushed him. When Su Yu left, the strange feather of the ancestral dragon swept it along with him, and it fell into Su Yu's hands. After a brief inspection, Su Yu found that there were about 10 drops of pure insect ancestor blood in it. The blood in a living being's body was divided into pure and thin ones. There was only so much pure blood. Every drop that was used was 1 drop less. Insect ancestor had lived through an epoch and dripped a drop of his blood into the cauldron every single day, so where would he find so much pure blood to drip? What he dripped was thin blood that flowed under the skin and could be discharged from the body at any time. The essence it contained was not even a millionth of a drop of pure ancestral blood. Each of the 10 drops of blood in his finger should be able to activate the ancestral dragon's strange feathers for an instant. After experiencing it for himself, Su Yu realized that the ancestral dragon's strange feathers' offensive power and flying ability were unparalleled, even if it was only for a moment. His heart relaxed a little. At least he didn't end up empty-handed. In the future, he could still use the ancestral dragon's strange feathers about 10 times, until he found new ancestral blood. However, ancestral blood was too intelligent. Su Yu clenched his fingers at the moment and could clearly feel the ancestral blood's resistance. What was even stranger was that one of the drops of ancestral blood was currently undergoing strange changes within the finger. From a drop of blood, it was gradually evolving into a living creature. That living being vaguely had the aura of insect ancestor. Rebirth from a single drop of blood. Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold. The ancestral blood was so powerful that it could transform into an incomparably powerful creature. It might not be as powerful as the true ancestral blood, but it was definitely not weak. You want to transform into a living being? That depends on whether I agree or not. With a wave of his left hand, the divine 9-dragon cauldron appeared in his palm. Currently, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was completely empty. It was all used to refine the ancestral dragon's feathers. Suppress. He used the mortal life cauldron technique that Renzu taught him to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, suppressing the 10 drops of ancestral blood along with the finger. However, the current Su Yu was not in the state of the holy mortal body, so he could not use the suppression technique to its fullest. That finger felt the suppression of the divine nine-dragon cauldron and resisted, smashing the cauldron with a loud bang. Su Yu had no choice but to continue activating the suppression technique in order to obliterate his resistance. At that time, deep within the sacred palace, in the depths of a certain lava lake that had been burning for eternity, in the lava, a coffin was inserted into the face. The purple flame demoness and the other two demonesses were waiting respectfully before the coffin. Creak, the lid of the coffin slowly opened, and an incomparably hot stream of air rolled out. The purple flame demoness expression changed slightly as she hurriedly retreated. The other two evil women also kept on distancing themselves. They were especially wary of the airflow. We greet the divine flame, evil women. The three evil women stood in the distance and bowed. The four of them were all the four great demonesses of the Starfire civilization. However, they knew very well that they were only the background of the divine flame demonesses. In terms of strength, all of them combined could not even compare to a single finger of the divine flame demoness. It seems to be very lively outside. A hoarse and ancient voice sounded from within the coffin. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Even the purple flame demoness and the others who cultivated in the fire domain all year round could not help but feel annoyed. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been burnt from the inside out. Bang! With a dull thud, the lid of the coffin was completely opened, revealing a person covered in fiery red crystals. That's right, crystals. Every part of her body was covered in sacred flame gold. Who would have thought that the famous divine flame demoness true form was the sacred flame gold that could help a sect master make a breakthrough? The purple flame demoness reporting to the demoness, a peerless expert of unknown cultivation level has arrived in our Starfire civilization. The last time she saw the divine flame demoness was hundreds of millions of years ago. After so many years, she still looked the same, but the aura she exuded was far stronger than before. In the past, the divine flame demoness could only be considered a super expert. However, she had now firmly surpassed the super experts and reached an extremely powerful realm. She believed that her true strength was comparable to the old monsters of the Mystic Tao Palace. Peerless Grand Master? The divine flame demoness closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. She said, "No, but there's a stranger with a mixed aura in my sacred palace." The purple flame demoness and the others also sensed that the oppressive aura had dissipated not long ago. "Maybe that senior has retracted his aura," the purple flame demoness said. The divine flame demoness said disapprovingly, "Could you have been fooled?" Fooled? Recalling the scene when Su Yu appeared in the sky above the Starfire civilization, the three demonic women shook their heads at the same time. They were very sure that he was powerful. "Tell us the details." The divine flame demoness squinted her crystal eyes slowly. Therefore, the three demonic women told her about the strange phenomenon and the endless pressure caused by Su Yu's sudden arrival. After listening for a long time, the divine flame demoness said slowly, "If that's the case, you only sensed that he was powerful. You didn't see him fight." "Yes." The purple flame demoness said, "However, with that kind of pressure, even if he didn't fight, it was obvious that his realm was terrifying." He. The divine flame demoness shook her head. Her eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. "What you saw might not be true. Besides, you haven't seen much of it. Now, the pressure on his body is gone, isn't it?" The three demonic women couldn't believe that Su Yu was a peerless expert in disguise. Even if the pressure on his body was disguised, it couldn't be justified that he pretended to be a strong expert and came to the Starfire civilization to cheat them. Who would have the guts to do that? "Let's go and meet him." The divine flame demoness left the coffin. Although her body was burning with flames, she gave off a chilly aura. They came out of the Saint Palace. Through the gate of the Saint Palace, they could already sense Su Yu's aura. A human with a faint aura of the dragon tribe? The purple flame demoness was shocked when she sensed it immediately. The other two demonic women were also suspicious. Could it be that the divine flame demoness was right? Could it be that Su Yu was a fake almighty? The divine flame demoness eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Someone had come to the Starfire civilization to swindle people while she was in seclusion. It seemed that she had been in seclusion for too long. Some people had forgotten about her existence. Your Excellency, I am the Divine Flame Demoness. Please come out and meet me. The Divine Flame Demoness maintained basic politeness. However, the house was silent. There was no response. After a while, the Divine Flame Demoness repeated her words. However, there was still no response. This time, the Purple Flame Demoness and the other two demonic women were completely shaken. If this person was really a almighty, why didn't he say anything? He must have a guilty conscience and didn't dare to come out. At the thought of this, the Purple Flame Demoness was furious. She recalled how she had treated this person as a powerful senior. She had kowtowed to him and offered him the most precious holy flame gold of the Starfire civilization. She was so furious that her chest almost exploded. The other two demonic women were equally agitated. The Divine Flame Demoness face turned cold. She stepped forward and said coldly, "Since you have the guts to come, I guess you are mentally prepared." Intense murderous intent gushed out of her body. Right at this moment, an unprecedentedly powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the Saint Palace. Under such pressure, the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth danced wildly. The clouds in the sky changed drastically, and the entire Saint Palace began to shake violently. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a gigantic virtual shadow of a finger darted out of the Saint Palace and crushed the entire Saint Palace on the spot. The virtual shadow of the finger did not lose its momentum. It shot out into the sky. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere of the heavens and the earth trembled violently. It also shattered the space layer by layer, leaving behind a pitch-black void. The virtual shadow disappeared into the distant universe and crushed many abandoned stars near the Starfire civilization. Standing on the Starfire civilization, one could see the stars explode one after another. The Divine Flame Demoness, who had taken a step forward, stopped halfway in the air and did not take another step forward. Her face was filled with shock. Ancestral-level strength. Hualala, the sky full of ruins fell from the sky and crashed back into the Saint Palace. At the end of the ruins, a person covered in thunder and lightning sat on the main seat. He looked down at the four of them condescendingly. "What are you arguing about? I will kill you with one finger." The Purple Flame Demoness' anger was like a dog that had seen a lion. She instantly shrank back, and fear reappeared on her face. The other two demonic women were also trembling in fear. How could this be a fake almighty? Who would be able to fake that finger? Even the Divine Flame Demoness was shaken. Could her suspicions have been wrong? She fixed her gaze on Su Yu. When she noticed the thunder and lightning on the surface of his body, her pupils constricted again. Yuan-level realm. Although the thunderbolts were not from the Yuan-level realm, they came from the Yuan-level realm. With her superior cultivation, she could recognize them at a glance. She no longer had any doubts in her heart. The coldness on her face was replaced by respect. She put her hands together in front of her chest. "I am the Divine Flame Demoness. Please forgive me for disturbing you." Su Yu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. He had been suppressing the insect ancestor's finger. Finally, when the four demonic women were about to break through the door, he succeeded. He sacrificed a drop of the insect ancestor's pure blood, held the finger in his hand, and poked it outwards. Even if it was just a finger of the insect ancestor, even if it was a casual poke, the power that would be produced would also be on a world-destroying level. As a result, the famous Divine Flaming Demoness was successfully intimidated as well. Only then did the crisis slightly ease. However, Su Yu understood that he could not show any kind expression at this moment. Otherwise, he would easily be seen as guilty, and then he would be suspected and exposed. "I said I wanted to rest. Who gave you the guts to disturb me?" Su Yu was unforgiving. The Purple Flame Demoness groaned inwardly. She secretly glanced at the Divine Flame Demoness and thought to herself, "The three of us already said it was the Divine Flame Demoness who did not believe us." Now, the Divine Flame Demoness was completely annoyed. That finger just now was a sign of great dissatisfaction with them, wasn't it? The Divine Flame Demoness nodded and said with a smile, "Elder, please calm down. It was my fault. I will try my best to make it up to you." Before Su Yu could continue to get angry, She took out an iron rod the size of a rolling pin. This is the heaven-destroying rod that I obtained many years ago. I can change its size and weight at will. I hope you will like it, the divine flame demoness said. Chapter 2354. Suyu did not take it. He first observed the color of the object from Xiao Dai's perspective. At first glance, it was dark blue in color with a faint purple glow. Blue represented the level of a Dao artifact. However, this item was about to surpass the level of a Dao artifact and reach a higher level of Dharma treasure. In Suyu's hands, apart from the divine nine-dragon cauldron, only the royal authority dragon sword had managed to reach a dark blue color. The Heaven Destroyer staff in front of him was actually a higher level of dark blue. His heart thumped madly, yet his expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, "It's just a magic treasure that's about to transcend Dao artifact, what's so special about it?" Upon hearing this, the divine flame demonic woman looked at Suyu in awe. The heaven-exterminating rod was very strange. There were no fluctuations on its surface. When she first obtained it, she thought it was an ordinary rod. After several years of research, he finally figured out its level. However, Suyu was able to see through it with just a glance. An expert was indeed an expert. She was completely convinced and had no more doubts. "Senior, please accept my apologies." The divine flame demonic woman felt her heart ache a little. She only had 2 such high-grade magic treasures, so how could she not feel heartache after giving one away? However, if he angered this person, he would have to cut his own flesh in exchange for forgiveness. However, she was proficient in the fire element, so this rod was not very useful to her. When he thought of this, he felt much better. Suyu took the rod unwillingly and warned, "Don't do it again." The group heaved a long sigh of relief. They had finally survived this calamity. "Senior, why don't I accompany you on a tour of the Starfire civilization?" The divine flame demonic woman tried to establish a good relationship with him. Suyu didn't refuse. He also wanted to see the glory of the Starfire civilization. "Lead the way." Therefore, the 4 demonic women accompanied Suyu as he wandered around the Starfire civilization respectfully. In order to serve Suyu well, the 4 demonic women did their best. They took out all the precious spiritual fruits, spiritual liquids, and other good things in the Starfire civilization to entertain him. They were afraid that Senior Suyu would be displeased. Along the way, people from the sacred palace had arranged for them to be prepared in advance. Billions of living beings lined the streets to welcome them. It was a grand scene. Suyu chatted with them again and again, but every time he talked about something related to the last era. In fact, they were all part of the demonic human's memories. However, his words were deafening in the ears of the 4 fiendish women, especially the divine flame fiendish woman. She didn't know much about the previous era, so she knew that what Suyu said was not recorded in historical records. Only those who had experienced the previous era could know about it. Her heart was filled with deep veneration. The powerful senior in front of him might be a super almighty who had survived from the previous era. Suyu, on the other hand, tried to find out more about the outside world from the divine flame demonic woman. Her cultivation was extremely profound, and her knowledge was exceptionally broad. She knew far more than Xiao Lifeng, Radiant Jade, and the others. From her, Suyu learned what kind of existence the mysterious Dao Palace was. According to her, those who were qualified to join the Shen Dao Palace were at least Shen Dao Lord. As one of the top 3 of the 7-star civilizations, she did not even have the right to join the Shen Dao Palace. At the same time, he finally understood the specific division of the Dao Lord realm. The Dao Lords of the heavens and the earth were divided into the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow realms. So far, almost all of the Pathmasters that Suyu had come into contact with belonged to the lowest level, the Yellow Pathmaster. The Yellow Dao Master was further divided into 5 major levels, from the lowest to the highest. They were the Beginner Dao Realm, the Forgotten Words Realm, the Fish Dragon Realm, the Celestial Being Realm, and the Great Sovereign Realm. The Beginner Path Realm was what Suyu thought of as an ordinary Pathmaster realm. The Speechless Realm was equivalent to a Dao Lord of the Patriarch level. The Fish Dragon Realm was equivalent to a Dao Lord at Xia Yian's level. In the Celestial Being Realm, There were super experts like Xiao Lifeng and Radiant Jade. As for the Grand Monarch realm, it was just like the divine flame demoness before him. She stood in the yellow Dao Master realm and looked down on the world. He had probed. Above the Master of the Heavenly Law was the Son of Heaven of the Sacred Mountain who ruled over countless eras. In the past, Yun Yazi and the Sinful Girl were both Masters of the Heavenly Law and members of the Heavenly Law Palace. They were all mighty figures of the present age, second only to the Sacred Mountain. Su Yu looked up at Sangming and murmured inwardly, after experiencing 100 lifetimes, I've finally reached the realm of the Pathmaster. I'm not far from you now. Su Yu's desire to break through to the Pathmaster level grew more and more urgent. He could foresee that if his 8 great rules transformed into the domain and broke through to become a Pathmaster, his cultivation would definitely not be at the beginner path realm. If he wanted to become a Pathmaster, now that his soul and body had been transformed, and he had completed the domain realm of the law of space, he could already be called the beginner path realm. When the other 7 great rules reached the domain realm, would he still be at the beginner path realm? Definitely not. Right at that moment, the jade pendant on the waist of the purple flame demoness lit up. She put it to her ear and listened. Overjoyed, she said, Senior, there's news about the great divine Lord of heaven and earth. Where? Su Yu's body flickered with lightning arcs. The purple flame demoness said, Senior, please follow me and ask the person who knows about it. The person who knows about it? Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He was in the Starfire civilization. How could he ignore the existence of a person? Under the guidance of the 4 demonesses, Su Yu came to a remote villa in Sacred Flame City. Rather than calling it a villa, it was more like a cage. There were seals all around the villa, and there were even fish dragon realm pathmasters secretly guarding it, preventing the people inside from escaping or being kidnapped. In the villa, a man was crafting talismans under the watch of several pathmasters of the Forgetting Realm. His body was ragged, and his hands and feet were shackled to restrict the flow of the desolate force. There were several ghastly bloody grooves on his back. Due to the lack of desolate force, they hadn't healed for a long time. Some of his injuries were gradually worsening, causing his flesh to stink and rot. Su Yu sighed secretly. Zhong Wushuang, the disciple of the Jojo king, the heaven ruler who looked down on his peers in Jojo, was in such dire straits. Was he really the so-called destined emperor? Senior, that person is the person who knows about it, the purple flame demoness said. Su Yu recognized him at a glance. It was Zhong Wushuang. He pretended not to know and said, Oh, why is he imprisoned as a laborer? The purple flame demoness said, This person has the fate of an emperor. If he has the slightest opportunity, he can transform into a dragon. We may not be able to subdue him, so we can't use our full strength to oppress him. Su Yu nodded calmly. Bring him here. The purple flame demoness personally entered the courtyard and brought Zhong Wushuang with her. She warned him sternly, Answer whatever that senior asks you, and watch your mouth. Don't speak carelessly. Zhong Wushuang raised his tired and dry eyes and looked at the person who was covered in lightning and whose face couldn't be seen clearly. He was very curious. What kind of existence was this person whom the purple flame demoness called a senior? Could he be at the same level as the divine flame demoness? However, he discovered that a woman covered in crystals was following behind the lightning person. It was the rumored divine flame demoness. Judging from the way they stood, the divine flame demoness seemed to regard lightning as her superior. Zhong Wushuang was shocked. Who is this person? How dare you look around? Do you want your Xian or not? The purple flame demoness threatened him in a low voice. Zhong Wushuang immediately lowered his head, his eyes dimming. Zhong Wushuang quietly walked up to Su Yu and knelt on one knee. Senior, this is the person who knows about it, the purple flame demoness said. Senior, you can ask him if you have any questions. Su Yu nodded slightly. He raised his hand and scattered some life force to heal Zhong Wushuang's injuries. Zhong Wushuang was slightly stunned. He looked at Su Yu in confusion. Even the 4 demonic women were shocked. Is this senior really such a kind person? Where is the divine throne of heaven and earth? Su Yu asked calmly. Zhong Wushuang did not resist. He said, in the east region. All of a sudden, the expressions of the four demonic women changed slightly, especially the divine flame demoness. The others had only heard of the legends of the East region, but she had personally experienced it. It was a land of evil. She had once ventured deep into it in search of a certain material. Unfortunately, she had been haunted by the evil energy. After 300 million years, the evil energy had finally faded away. Although her cultivation had increased greatly, it still left an indelible psychological shadow on the East domain. What a coincidence! It just so happened that the 8-star civilization's recruitment site was in the East region. The divine throne of heaven and earth was also hidden there. I understand, Suyu said calmly. He did not ask any more questions. The purple flame demoness asked tentatively, Senior, don't you want to verify it? What he said might not be the truth. She was worried that John Wushuang would lie to Senior and anger him. He might vent his anger on the Starfire civilization. There is no need, Suyu added. From today onwards, he will stay by my side. Did John Wushuang lie to him? Of course he did. The Emperor's 4-piece set would approach John Wushuang on its own. Why would it do the opposite and hide in the West region? Therefore, John Wushuang must be lying. The real divine throne of heaven and earth might have only appeared in the East region to attract the attention of the world. Then, he quietly came to the West region to meet up with John Wushuang. Therefore, Suyu felt that there was no need to ask further. Since he was lying, he must have prepared an excuse to cover up his lie. As long as he kept John Wushuang by his side, the divine throne of heaven and earth would come to him sooner or later. John Wushuang, it is your blessing that Senior has taken a fancy to you. Hurry up and thank him, the purple flame demoness scolded. John Wushuang's face was full of gratitude, but his heart was unusually heavy. Man proposes, God disposes. His original intention was to lead all the people of the Starfire civilization to the East region, and he would wait for the divine throne of heaven and earth to sneak back to meet up with him in the West region. Who would have thought that an unknown expert would appear midway and ask him to tag along, causing all of his wishful thinking to go to waste? Thank you for your kindness, Senior. John Wushuang appeared submissive. Yes. Suyu thought about it for a moment, then said, since you're still somewhat useful, I'll promise you one thing. Tell me, I can do it for you. The purple flame demoness and the others immediately became restless. Was John Wushuang going to use this against them? However, John Wushuang didn't do that. Instead, he kowtowed repeatedly in excitement and said, thank you for your great kindness. This junior has no other request. I only hope that Senior can save this junior's friend. Oh, who? Her name is Zixuan, a good friend of mine. Right now, she is trapped in the dungeon of the Starfire civilization. Please take her with you, Senior. Zixuan. When he first saw John Wushuang being threatened by the purple flame demoness, he had a feeling that Zixuan might be in the hands of the Starfire civilization. It turned out to be true. Bring him here, Suyu ordered. The purple flame demoness face stiffened, but she didn't dare to disobey. She immediately crushed a jade talisman and gave an order to one of the guards. Not long after, a girl dressed in purple with a gloomy and haggard expression was brought over. Suyu recognized her at a glance. She was Zixuan, whom he had not seen for a long time. When he recalled the first time they met, he couldn't help but sigh. From now on, you will stay by my side, Suyu said calmly. John Wushuang was overjoyed. He was sincerely grateful to this senior who had suddenly appeared. Although Suyu had dispelled his plan to seize the heavenly divine throne, he had indirectly saved Zixuan. Senior brother Wushuang. When Zixuan saw John Wushuang, tears welled up in her eyes, and she threw herself into his arms. John Wushuang was overwhelmed by the favor. Staring at the person in front of him who had become much thinner, he felt extremely distressed. Choking with sobs, he said, "It's my incompetence that has caused you to suffer." The two of them embraced each other in public. The relationship between them was sincere and deep. Suyu didn't disturb them. He sat alone at the stone table and drank silently. 100 years had passed. The relationship between the two of them was still the same as before, and they could often be together. But what about him? He was alone, walking alone between heaven and earth. A trace of envy welled up in his heart. By the way, Zixian, come and thank this senior. Zhong Wushuang pulled Zixian to kneel and kowtow. Zixian didn't understand the situation, so she kowtowed a few times like a chick pecking rice. You can dispense with the formalities. Just stay by my side from now on, Suyu said. Zixian couldn't help but size him up. She said obediently, yes, senior. The 4 demonic women around him were surprised. Why is the senior only nice to the 2 of them? The purple flame demonic woman looked at Zixian, who was purple in color, and thought to herself, does the senior have a taste for such things? As she thought about this, her heart shook, and she secretly activated the jade charm. Having indirectly saved Zhong Wushuang and Zixian, Suyu felt that it was time to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw from afar an elegant and pure young girl in a long black gown. She was walking gracefully toward him. Seeing her, Suyu couldn't help but smile. He had almost forgotten about her. Greetings, demonic woman. The pure young girl obediently bowed to the purple flame demonic woman. The purple flame demonic woman was all smiles, and she introduced the young girl to Suyu. Senior, this is my friend. She will serve you from now on. The pure young girl was taken aback, and she couldn't help but look at Suyu. Suyu was secretly amused. This woman was none other than the golden-eyed Playboy's pawn in the past, the Star Lady. She was originally a spy in the Pirate Alliance, and she was also supervising Suyu. Unexpectedly, she had been captured by the purple flame demonic woman. The Star Lady understood tacitly, and she knew that the purple flame demonic woman wanted her to use her beauty to curry favor with this unknown senior. She was extremely aggrieved and resentful, but she had no choice but to agree. With a smile that was both angry and happy, she said, "Greetings, senior." Suyu didn't have a good impression of this woman, so he asked calmly, "Are you willing to serve me?" The Star Lady said with a smile, "It would be my honor. You probably aren't qualified to serve me, but seeing that you are sincere, I will reluctantly give you a chance," Suyu said calmly. "Zixian, she will be your female servant from now on. You can order her around at will." Zixian pointed at herself, and she couldn't believe it. How could she not know who the Star Lady was? She was the purple flame demonic woman's exclusive property, and she was the purple flame demonic woman's most beloved woman. In the Starfire civilization, not only did she have a high status, but her abilities had also reached the state of forgetting words. Compared to her, Zixian was just an ordinary half-step pathmaster. Zixian didn't have the guts to ask the Star Lady to serve her. Chapter 2355. She didn't have the guts, and neither did the Star Lady. Asking her to serve as a prisoner? What was this senior thinking? She turned to look at the purple flame demonic woman with an aggrieved look, asking for her help. However, what made her even more aggrieved was that the purple flame demonic woman had no intention of pleading for her. Instead, she glared at her fiercely, threatening her. The Star Lady felt a chill run down her spine. The purple flame demonic woman had taken everything from her, but in the end, she had thrown her away like a rag. Despite her resentment, she lowered her head tactfully. She came before Zixuan and bowed. "Master, what can I do for you?" Zixuan clutched her chest, not daring to say a word. To her, the Star Lady was a great figure whom she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Suyu said calmly, "As a servant, do I need instructions from others?" She glanced at Zixuan's wrinkled and yellow complexion and dirty clothes from being trapped for a long period of time, and she said, "Bring your mistress to bathe and change her clothes. While you're at it, pay attention to what you're wearing." The Star Lady was dressed much prettier than Zixuan. When the two of them stood together, Zixuan looked like a servant. "Yes, senior." The Star Lady bit her lips. She had a vague feeling that this senior was targeting her. Had she unintentionally offended him? However, she hadn't done anything out of line since she had arrived. Confused, the Star Lady bowed and led Zixuan to wash up and dress up. Zhong Wushuang saw this and was suddenly enlightened. He no longer had any ill feelings towards Suyu like he did when they first met. Instead, he was grateful. The divine flame demonic woman said with a smile, "Senior, why don't you come with us to the East region? To be honest, we are also preparing to go to the East region to send our disciples to participate in the 8-star civilization recruitment meet. The East region was a perilous environment. The divine flame demonic woman wanted to bring Suyu along. With such an unparalleled almighty, they would surely be able to resolve the crisis easily. Suyu wanted to refuse, but after careful consideration, he realized that the East region was a dangerous place. The divine flame demonic woman, who was a pathmaster of the great venerable realm, was still needed. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then said helplessly, "Fine. Since you are so filial, I don't mind taking you with me." The divine flame demonic woman heaved a sigh of relief. Wasn't that what she had hoped for? The other 3 evil women were overjoyed. The purple flame demoness said excitedly, "Hihi, let's see if the South Pole immortal old man still dares to be so arrogant when we meet in the Western regions." Among the 9 grade 7 civilizations in the Western region, the Starfire civilization could only be ranked second. The most powerful one was the Antarctic civilization. It was said that the South Pole immortal Wang was an ancient being whose lifespan exceeded that of the divine flame demonic woman. He had been coveting the divine flame demonic woman for a long time. He wanted to take the sacred flame gold from her and use it to break through his current Grand Monarch level and reach Sect Master Xian Dao's level. In the past, he had attempted to invade the Starfire civilization many times, but the divine flame demonic woman had been able to repel him with the advantage of the Starfire civilization's terrain. Now, he dared to try it again. Did he really think that the senior in front of him was a vegetarian? If they knew that Suyu was actually a half-step Dowlord, what would they think? However, I'm going to pass by the colored glaze civilization. There are some trivial matters that I need to deal with. Suyu's eyes shone with a cold light. He still had a contract with the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion in his hand. He had to take it. Moreover, he felt that it was time to settle the matter regarding the golden-eyed Langjun. "I'll follow your instructions, senior." The divine flame demonic woman naturally had no objections. Before long, Zixuan returned. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, and her long black hair was beautiful. She was wearing a white goose-yellow dress, which was bright and beautiful. She looked like an extraordinary fairy. Zhong Wushuang was infatuated with her, and he tried hard to conceal his admiration for her. Suyu nodded lightly. That was how he remembered Zixuan to be. "All right, let's go," Suyu said. The divine flame demonic woman came before him and opened a space storage device that was burning with flames. 7 to 8 fire beasts dashed out of it. "Senior, these are the heavenly fire flying beasts that I've been nurturing. They can travel trillions of galaxies in an instant. We should be able to reach the colored glaze civilization in 10 days, the divine flame demonic woman introduced. The purple flame demonic woman and the others were extremely envious. The heavenly fire flying beasts were nurtured by the divine flame demonic woman with her own sacred flame gold. They were unique in the world. In terms of speed, no one in the entire West regions could compare to them. The purpose of taking out this item was both to show her hospitality and to show off the Starfire civilization's power to this senior. However, to everyone's surprise, she did not receive a compliment from the senior. Instead, she sneered coldly. "Don't take out such an embarrassing thing." The divine flame demonic woman stiffened on the spot, and a hint of dissatisfaction welled up in her heart. The heavenly fire flying beasts were something that she was extremely proud of. She could not believe that the divine flame demonic woman would say that it was embarrassing. Although the senior was an expert, he could not deliberately belittle himself like that, could he? However, Suyu continued, "Do I need to rely on such lowly ants to come and go as I please? Fine, it's good to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, you'll be like frogs at the bottom of a well." The divine flame demonic woman was skeptical. She believed that the divine flame demonic woman had a flying object that surpassed the heavenly fire flying beasts. How much faster could it be? At most, it could only be 1 or 2 times faster. Anyway, she had never heard of any almighty who possessed a treasure that was several times faster than the heavenly fire flying beasts. "Stand properly," Suyu said calmly. The divine flame demonic woman retrieved the heavenly fire flying beasts. She stood together with the other 3 demonic women, Zhong Wushuang, Zishuan, and the Star Lady. Crash! Suyu clenched his fist, and a pair of emerald wings appeared in his palm. At the same time, he secretly injected a drop of the insect ancestor's blood into them. All of a sudden, the wings grew to 30 feet in length and flapped violently. The yin and yang of heaven and earth, life and death in the human world, space, and even time were all thrown into disorder. The divine flame demonic woman did not see anything clearly. She felt as if the world was falling apart, and she was being torn apart by the chaos. Fortunately, the entire process only lasted for a breath's time. The horrifying visions quickly receded. She only saw the emerald light in Suyu's palm weaken rapidly, and everything calmed down. She was extremely shocked. She asked, "Senior, may I ask if this is the preparation for flying? If it was a flying treasure, why didn't the senior continue? Why did he stop?" Suyu shook his head and sighed softly. "Rotten wood cannot be carved. Open your eyes and look around you. Where are you?" The divine flame demonic woman glanced sideways, and her pupils shrank. Even with her billions of years of self-control, she could not help but exclaim in shock, This is the colored glaze civilization? There was no mistaking it. It was a civilization that was covered in cold air all year round. The purple flame demonic woman sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were as wide as they could be. She wondered if she was dreaming. One breath. In just one breath, they had traveled from the Starfire civilization, which was several years away, to the colored glaze civilization. Zhong Wushuang and Zishuan were equally shocked. The Star Lady's scalp went numb. Her gaze toward the Thunder and Lightning Man was replaced by fear from the depths of her soul. She had never understood why the divine flame demonic woman had addressed him as senior. Now, she finally understood. It was because the Thunder and Lightning Man was a great emperor-level being who surpassed the West regions. No, the entire outer regions. With a wave of his hand, he had led everyone across the 3-year journey of the Pathmaster of the Fish Dragon realm. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. The divine flame demonic woman's heart thumped wildly. She was extremely shocked. This was the ability of an unparalleled almighty being. As she recalled how she had taken out the heavenly fire flying beast, which she was so proud of, to show off in front of the senior, she could not help but feel extremely embarrassed. No wonder the senior had said that it was an inferior flying tool. The funny thing was that she had not been convinced at first. Now, in comparison, she realized that in the senior's eyes, it was more than inferior. It was practically worthless. All of you, there is always someone better than you out there. There will always be things in this world that you cannot imagine. Therefore, you must remember to be humble and look at everything in this universe. Suyu shook his head as he gave them pointers. This was a very simple principle, and everyone understood it. However, when it came from the senior's mouth, the 4 demonic women felt as if it was the great way. They all felt enlightened. The divine flame demonic woman's face was filled with respect and sincere gratitude. "Senior, your words have enlightened us." The purple flame demonic woman and the other 2 were extremely sincere. "We will remember your teachings." Although Zhong Wushuang and Zishuan did not speak, their respect for Suyu had already reached its peak. The Star Lady's eyes were flickering, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Follow me to the colored glaze civilization." Suyu paused for a moment, then said, "However, I do not wish to be too ostentatious." The divine flame demonic woman hurriedly took over the conversation. "If it is a trivial matter, how could you trouble yourself with it? Just leave it to us." "All right." Suyu took a step forward. He did not use the miraculous space traversal technique just now. Instead, he was flying normally. The divine flame demonic woman was puzzled. However, when she thought about what the senior had said just now, that he did not wish to be too ostentatious, she gradually understood. Under Suyu's lead, the group descended in the sky above the territory of the sword-seeking pavilion of the colored glaze civilization. At this moment, inside the sword-seeking pavilion, Ghost Teacher, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was in the great hall of the sword-seeking pavilion, summoning the disciples of the sword-seeking pavilion. Compared to the high-spirited glaze ancient cave, the current sword-seeking pavilion was obviously much more dejected. Only Hunting Shadow and Ghost Eye remained in the Nine Swords Pavilion of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion. The rest of the geniuses had all perished in the Glaze Ancient Cave. The most infuriating thing was that Hunting Shadow and Ghost Eye had not made any progress. Instead, Xian Hua, Xian Yin, and Kong Chu from the Palace of Light had all advanced to the Fish Dragon realm. Xie Xiaoye from the Nightless Empire had also advanced to the Fish Dragon realm. Hunting Shadow, who used to be the number one of the younger generation of the Colored Glaze civilization, was still stuck in the Forgetting Words realm. He had been left far behind. The entire Sword-Seeking Pavilion did not have high hopes for the 8-star civilization recruitment test this time. Don't be dejected, everyone. The ghost energy on the surface of Ghost Teacher's body was weak, and even his voice was weak. The foundation of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion overshadows that of the Palace of Light and the Nightless Empire. How can we be surpassed so easily? Don't worry, those two parties will come to beg the Sword-Seeking Pavilion for help very soon. Hey! From the disciples to the elders of the faction, everyone was shocked and bewildered. How could Ghost Teacher still be so confident when he had fallen into such a state? Pavilion Master, can you let us know a thing or two? The Great Elder could not help but ask. Ghost Teacher stroked his beard and laughed. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Anyway, all you need to know is that in 10 days, the Sword-Seeking Pavilion will lead the Colored Glaze civilization. Ghost Teacher was unusually confident. What? Chapter 2356. What did the Pavilion Master get to be so confident? For hundreds of millions of years, the Lazuli civilization had always been in a tripartite state. Because the foundations of the three parties were similar, they had always maintained a delicate balance. Each party wanted to occupy the entire Lazuli civilization alone, but they had never succeeded. It was easy to imagine how shocking Ghost Master's words were. However, seeing how confident he was, the people of the Sword-Seeking Pavilion were inexplicably excited and expectant. Congratulations, Pavilion Master. The Sword-Seeking Pavilion has unified the civilization for thousands of years. Pavilion Master is wise. We swear to follow the Pavilion Master to death and never betray you. The compliments reached the 9 heavens. However, at this moment, a discordant voice drifted down from the sky. I have received everyone's kind intentions. The voice was ethereal and grand. It was filled with infinite space power, fluctuating from east to west, strong and weak at times. It was extremely mysterious. Everyone in the palace left the main hall in bewilderment and went to the square to search for the source of the voice. However, the scene in front of them made them tremble with fear. Unknowingly, the sky for millions of miles had been replaced by a steaming flame. The sky and earth were dyed blood red. The terrifying temperature caused the lake water to boil, and countless spirit beasts in the water jumped out of the water. The spirit veins connecting the sky and the earth were ignited. The low-level disciples in seclusion were interrupted by the sudden high temperature and ran out drenched in sweat. The entire Sword-Seeking Pavilion was instantly plunged into a sea of flames. Ghost Master's expression was cold and solemn. He slammed the table and rushed out of the main hall, standing proudly in the sky. Who is it? Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He quickly scanned the surroundings but did not find anyone suspicious. I'm standing right in front of you. What do you mean by sneaking around? Suddenly, a voice floated from behind. Ghost Master's heart skipped a beat. He had actually appeared behind him without a sound. He turned his head and saw a person surrounded by lightning standing behind him with his hands behind his back. There were also several people standing behind him. He did not know a few of the young people. However, how could he not know the 4 women surrounded by flames? The 4 great demonesses of the Starfire civilization? Ghost Master almost bit his tongue off. The Starfire civilization was several years away from the Lazuli civilization. Why did they suddenly come without any warning? This was especially true for the evil woman in the middle. Her entire body was made of crystals. Her legend had always resounded in the western region. When she became famous, Ghost Master was still the young master of Sword-Seeking Pavilion. Ghost Master's heart was pounding when he saw the 4 of them. He pretended to be calm and scolded, "Evil women, What is the meaning of you trespassing on my leisurely civilization? The 4 demonic women did not say a word. They only looked at Su Yu's back, implying that they would follow his lead. The Ghost Master could tell from their postures that their statuses were high and low, and he was shocked. Even the divine flame demoness had to bow her head to him. Who was this lightning man? Was he also the one who said that? You are. Ghost Master probed. Su Yu casually took out a contract and threw it at him. Ghost Teacher was puzzled. When he took a look, his pupils shrank. He was shocked and suspicious. You are Su Yu? Su Yu. The 4 evil women were not too surprised. Perhaps this was the senior's real name. But Zhong Wushuang and Zi Xian were stunned at the same time, and they looked at each other at the same time. Perhaps there were not many people named Su Yu in the world, but they all remembered Su Yu. Su Yu is my beloved disciple, Su Yu said calmly. Su Yu has a master. Ghost Master's heart skipped a beat, and his face darkened immediately. No wonder that brat was so powerful and did not take sword-seeking pavilion seriously. It turned out that he had an expert behind him. Then, you have come to ask me to exchange for this contract. Ghost Master clenched his teeth tightly, extremely unwilling. What do you think? Su Yu asked calmly. Ghost Master was about to unify the whole leisurely civilization. How could he be willing to hand over sword-seeking pavilion at such a critical juncture? He had an idea and said, Your Excellency, this is the agreement between me and your disciple. If you want to complete the contract, please let him come in person. Su Yu had expected Ghost Master to go back on his word. He had been prepared. You have misunderstood. I am not here to listen to your opinion. I am here to order you, Su Yu said calmly. I will give you 3 breaths time to leave sword-seeking pavilion. 3, 2. Ghost Master was slightly fearful, but he thought to himself that he was relying on sword-seeking pavilion. How could he be afraid of this person? 1. After 3 breaths had passed, Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. He had no intention of attacking. When Ghost Master saw this, he thought to himself, it seems like the other party is just threatening me verbally. To everyone's surprise, the divine flame demonic woman came to her senses. She took a step forward and said, Ghost Master, since we're both from the western regions, why don't you leave now? If you do, I might spare your life. Ghost Master spoke in a solemn voice, Divine flame demonic woman, you're the leader of the Starfire civilization, yet you're willing to be someone else's dog. Don't you feel ashamed? He really didn't understand why a powerful being like the divine flame demonic woman would submit to a man of lightning. The divine flame demonic woman shook her head. Sigh, you're just a frog in a well. You know nothing about your senior's power. If senior doesn't want to deal with an ant like you, then allow me to do it for her. The divine flame demonic woman stepped forward as a peerless aura burst forth from her body. Ghost Master was caught off guard. His legs went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. He cried out involuntarily, Grandmaster Realm. Among the yellow Daoist masters, this was the highest level. She was only 1 step away from Master Xian Dao. Fire, extinguish, the divine flame demonic woman murmured. Ghost Master suddenly let out a horrible shriek. He was instantly burned into a pile of ashes from the inside out. The entire place fell into a dead silence. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. The master of the sword-seeking pavilion, who was of the celestial realm, had been turned into ashes in a single move. What followed was a great panic from the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion. Under that terrifying pressure, they were terrified and uneasy. The purple flame demonic woman and the other 2 had long known her strength, so they were still calm. Zhong Wushuang, Zishuan, and the Star Lady felt their scalps go numb. This was the difference between the great venerable realm and the celestial realm. The difference between the 2 was like the difference between a martial artist and a mortal. The former could kill the latter with a single thought. The divine flame demonic woman looked at the sword-seeking pavilion calmly. She said calmly, those who surrender will not be killed. Whoosh, who dared not surrender? Who dared not submit? From the disciples to the great elders, everyone knelt down in fear. They didn't even have the thought of escaping. Su Yu smiled as he witnessed the scene. Sure enough, The benefits of bringing the divine flame demonic woman with him were endless. He had come alone to reclaim the sword-seeking pavilion. Disregarding how to chase away the ghost teacher, just subduing the stubborn members of the sword-seeking pavilion had taken a lot of effort. Now that the divine flame demonic woman had appeared, who would dare to defy him? After intimidating the sword-seeking pavilion, the divine flame demonic woman returned to Su Yu's side. She said, "My insignificant cultivation has shown its effects." Su Yu nodded indifferently. "My cultivation is a little lacking, but there is still room for improvement." The divine flame demonic woman was delighted. She said, "Thank you for your affirmation." After that, Su Yu successfully entered the sword-seeking pavilion and sat on its throne. Looking down at the higher-ups of the sword-seeking pavilion, Su Yu was unperturbed. He had taken over the sword-seeking pavilion to secure a territory for the cauldron he had created. However, there were some people in the sword-seeking pavilion that needed to be cleaned up. "Where is Hunting Shadow?" Su Yu said calmly. "I will not sit idly by when my beloved disciple is being bullied." Everyone looked at each other, indicating that they did not see Hunting Shadow. "Elder, Hunting Shadow has escaped." A creature with only one eye left emerged and said. It was the ghost eye. Not only did it not escape, but it had stayed behind and exposed Hunting Shadow's whereabouts. "Where did he escape to?" Su Yu asked again. The ghost eye said, "The border of the Palace of Light." "Lead the way and bring back his head," Su Yu said. "Yes." The ghost eye's eyes shone with excitement. He led the purple flame demonic woman in pursuit of Hunting Shadow. Hunting Shadow had fled for half a day, covering an immeasurable distance. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible to catch him. However, for some unknown reason, the ghost eye was able to pinpoint his whereabouts accurately. A day later, he found him in a valley. The purple flame demonic woman had personally attacked. No matter how talented Hunting Shadow was, he was no match for her. He was captured alive by the purple flame demonic woman in no time. Hunting Shadow was enraged. He stared at the ghost eye with hatred. "It's you. Why did you betray me?" The ghost eye's huge eyes blinked, emitting a long-concealed hostility. "What do you think? Aren't you the one who turned me into this inhuman state?" Hearing this, Hunting Shadow fell silent. In the Swordseeker Pavilion, the one who specialized in the soul was not Hunting Shadow, but Ghost Eye. He was the true genius of the soul. Unfortunately, the Swordseeker Pavilion Master favored Hunting Shadow more, wanting to groom him to be the successor of the Swordseeker Pavilion. However, the Ghost Eye had always suppressed Hunting Shadow, making it difficult for him to become the successor. Hence, during one of his missions, Ghost Eye had been ambushed by several mysterious people. His body had been destroyed, and his soul had been disguised. Only his eye was left. The Ghost Eye knew who had done it, but he did not dare reveal it. He did not dare seek revenge, so he could only endure it. The last time Hunting Shadow had clashed with Su Yu, the Ghost Eye had not said anything despite knowing how powerful Su Yu was. He had hoped to use Su Yu to kill him. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Now that the Swordseeker Pavilion had been destroyed, the Ghost Eye had finally gotten his wish. "Lady Demonic Woman, please hand Hunting Shadow over to the Elder." The Ghost Eye cupped his fists. The purple flame demonic woman frowned. "You don't intend to go back. You have done a great service by capturing this person. The Elder will reward you." The Ghost Eye waved his hand. "I have gotten my revenge, and I want to live in seclusion. I will hand this credit over to you, Lady Demonic Woman." The purple flame demonic woman was tempted, so she did not try to persuade him to stay. She said, "All right, you may go. Farewell." The Ghost Eye turned into a remnant shadow and flickered into the sky. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck Ghost Eye. He staggered and rolled on the ground. At the same time, an extremely powerful space zone descended upon the area. Even the divine flame demonic woman and the others were teleported there. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at the Ghost Eye. "Trying to play tricks in front of me? Ant, you think too highly of yourself." The purple flame demonic woman turned around in shock, not understanding what was going on. Even the divine flame demonic woman and the others did not understand what Suyu was doing. Didn't he say he was going to capture Hunting Shadow? Chapter 2357. Gui Yang crawled up pathetically, his face full of fear. Elder, I don't know what I have done wrong to offend you. He looked aggrieved and confused. The purple flame demonic woman guessed that Gui Yang had left without saying goodbye and angered her elder. But was there a need to be so harsh? Gui Yang had taken the initiative to contribute, so why couldn't he just leave? That's enough, ghost teacher. Don't play the fool in front of me, Suyu said coldly. He had seen with his own eyes how Gui Yang had escaped from the bodies of the two disciples. He guessed that the divine flame demonic woman had only killed half of Gui Yang's body. The other half was hidden in the body of one of the disciples. He had thought that it would be Hunting Shadow, who had already escaped. But Gui Yang had volunteered, so he was secretly on guard. On the surface, he had sent Gui Yang to capture Hunting Shadow, but in reality, he was secretly monitoring him. As expected, after Gui Yang and the purple flame demonic woman captured Hunting Shadow, they immediately found an excuse to leave. He had thought that everyone's attention had been drawn away by Hunting Shadow. Little did he know that Suyu was most wary of him. Gui Yang's eyes turned, and he said with a confused expression, Elder, I don't understand what you mean. Suyu did not say a word. He merely stared at Gui Yang. The divine flame demonic woman walked over, her face expressionless. If you think there's something wrong with you, then there's something wrong with you. With a thought, Gui Yang's body suddenly turned red, as if he was about to be burned to ashes from the inside out. Ah, divine flame demonic woman, what grudge do you have against me? At that moment, a cry of despair erupted from Gui Yang's body. That voice did not belong to Gui Yang, but someone else. Whoosh, black shadows emerged from Ghost Eye's body and condensed into a slightly transparent ghost teacher. His body was weak, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Suyu. Everyone was shocked. It really was the ghost teacher. The purple flame demonic woman and the others looked at Suyu with respect. None of them had noticed anything amiss. Only Suyu's eyes were sharp, and he had seen through the ghost teacher's disguise. The divine flame demonic woman's eyes were cold. She had been too careless, and had almost allowed the ghost teacher to escape. Suyu must be very dissatisfied with her now. Thinking of this, he roared in anger, curse annihilation of all directions. As soon as he finished speaking, the world turned red. 10 fire dragons flew over from all directions and pierced through Ghost Master. Ghost Master resisted before his death, activating his domain in hopes of resisting for a while. However, in front of a great venerable, he, a heaven-tier elite, was like a moth that was instantly extinguished. The domain collapsed, and the 10 fire dragons pierced through his body, turning him into charcoal. Before he died, Ghost Master roared with unwillingness, all of you will die a horrible death. His words were filled with evil intentions. Suyu's eyes were calm. He had already heard too many curses. Silently turning around, Suyu looked at the captured Hunting Shadow, his killing intent apparent. Since there was already enmity, and it was an enmity of life and death, what was the point of keeping him alive? The purple flame demonic woman sensed Suyu's intentions. Without saying a word, she sent a purple flame into his head, burning Hunting Shadow to ashes on the spot. Senior, how should we deal with this person? The divine flame female demoness pointed at Ghost Eye. Ghost Master's departure allowed Hunting Shadow to escape death. Otherwise, he would have been blasted to death like his two juniors in the Glaze Ancient Cave. Suyu glanced at him. There was no need for him to stay. Elder, please wait, I know a secret about Ghost Master, Gui Yang said hurriedly. He did not want to follow in Hunting Shadow's footsteps. Tell me about it. Suyu looked at him. Gui Yang immediately said, Ghost Master hid in my body and left a part of his memory in my soul. That memory seems to be related to the Glaze Civilization's Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. If it had been any other secret, Suyu would not have been interested. However, he needed to know more about the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Speak. Gui Yang hurriedly said, it seems that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Western Region Branch's Vice President, Pro Yunzi, has come to the Glaze civilization and is prepared to take over this civilization. The sword-seeking pavilion has secretly joined the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Su Yu fell into deep thought. If the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce really coveted the Glaze civilization, they would have acted long ago. Why did they choose this time? The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce must have sensed the existence of the third ancestor in the Glaze ancient cave, Su Yu guessed. However, the sword-seeking pavilion was the territory that Su Yu had left for the Cauldron. If it was occupied by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, all their efforts would be in vain. Have they already acted? Su Yu asked. Gui Yang said, it seems that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has already acted a few days ago. I wonder if the Sleepless Empire and the Light Palace have noticed. Xiao Lifeng and Guanjiu were not fools. If the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had acted, they would have noticed. What they should worry about was whether they could resist it. The so-called Piaro Yunzi was the vice president of the Western Region Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. One could imagine how powerful he was. Xiao Lifeng and Guanjiu might not be able to deal with him. After some thought, Su Yu took over the Ghost Master's space storage device. After a brief search, he found the Ghost Master's personal communication technique. His soul probed it for a moment, and his lips curled into a faint smile. Since it's a coincidence, let's give the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce a surprise. At the same time, in the Sleepless Empire, all the seals within the empire were activated. The Imperial City even activated the Great Formation that had been passed down for generations. In the Imperial Palace, Xiao Lifeng was treating Guanjiu's injuries with a grave expression. The latter's face was as pale as paper, and there was a ghastly bloody hole the size of a bowl on her back. There was an extraordinarily feminine energy left in the wound, suppressing the power of the Pathmaster of Guanjiu and preventing her from self-healing. Xiao Lifeng used his Pathmaster's power and the genius spiritual treasure to slowly expel the feminine energy. Beside Guanjiu were Xian Hua and Xian Yinhe, as well as the elites of the Light Palace. But Deputy Palace Master Lu was not among them. After Xiao Liefeng's temporary treatment, Guanjiu recovered a little. Palace Master of Light, how did you lose so quickly? Xiao Lifeng asked. A few months ago, both sides had noticed the unusual movements of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and had already taken precautions. The Light Palace was even more prepared. Not only did they activate all the defensive seals, but they also mobilized their experts to the Holy City of Light as a precaution. With such a lineup, even if the Sleepless Empire and the Sword-Seeking Pavilion joined forces, they might not be able to break through the Holy City of Light within 10 years. But who knew that in a short 10 days, Guanjiu would fight her way out of the Holy City of Light with a body full of injuries and seek refuge with the Sleepless Empire. Among the group of people she brought, all of them were injured, and many of them were so injured that they almost lost their lives. It was evident that it was not easy for them to escape from the Holy City of Light. Guanjiu's face was ashen, and her eyes flashed with extreme hatred, as well as shame and self-blame. I was blind. I did not recognize that there were lackeys of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce beside me. She found it hard to speak and did not continue. But the meaning was clear. There were spies of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the Palace of Light. Xian Hua's eyes were filled with deep hatred. It was Deputy Palace Master Lu. She is from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. When the enemy attacked the Holy City, she activated all the seals of the Holy City, causing the enemy to invade. Palace Master was injured by Piaro Yunzi in the end. And the army of the Palace of Light at the border was also infiltrated by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. When we escaped to the Sleepless Empire, we were fiercely attacked by them. Xian Hua's face was filled with deep pain. Among the traitors, the clan that Xian Hua was in was included. Xian Hua was grateful for Guanjiu's nurturing and chose to continue following her, and did not join the rebellion. Looking at Guanjiu's pale face, she was deeply grateful. Palace Master risked her life to protect us, but many people died on the way. For example, Kong Chu. He died in the betrayal of Deputy Palace Master Lu. Xiao Lifeng took a deep breath. Deputy Palace Master Lu was a veteran of the Palace of Light, but he was also a lackey of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. And the army at the border, which was an important place for the Palace of Light, had also been infiltrated by the Palace of Light. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's influence was everywhere, making people feel cold. But fortunately, Xiao Lifeng had always been wary of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and was extremely cautious even when opening a marketplace. There should not be anyone from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce among the higher-ups of the Empire. Palace Master of Light's health is important. Do not be too sad, Xiao Lifeng comforted. Stay in the Sleepless Empire for the time being and recuperate. Guanjiu laughed bitterly. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has always been decisive and ruthless, and will not let this go. I had better leave as soon as possible, so as not to cause trouble for the Sleepless Empire. But Xiao Lifeng could see clearly. The Palace of Light and the Sleepless Empire were both targets of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Even if Guanjiu was not here, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would still attack. But if Guanjiu stayed here, after his injuries recovered, he could be of great help. Our fates are the same. Why should we separate? Xiao Lifeng said. Guanjiu was grateful. If I, Guanjiu, do not die this time, I will forever be on good terms with the Sleepless Empire. Let's talk about this in the future. Xiao Lifeng smiled bitterly. Whether or not they could survive this great calamity was uncertain. As he spoke, suddenly, there was an urgent sound of a jade pendant at Xiao Liefeng's waist. Opening it, Xiao Liefeng's majestic figure shook, his eyes calm. Monarch, what happened? Guanjiu had a bad premonition. Xiao Lifeng gripped the jade pendant tightly and said in a low voice, just like your army at the border, there is a rebellion in my army. Currently, the rebels have the upper hand and control the border. If the border was controlled, it meant that the restrictions at the border of the Empire had also fallen into the hands of the enemy. The army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would enter unhindered and reach the foot of the Imperial City. Pass down the order. Strictly supervise the people guarding the Imperial City. Xiao Lifeng was instantly uncertain, not knowing if there were spies from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce among his people. The news of the invasion of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce quickly spread through various channels. Everyone in the Imperial City was panicking. From ordinary warriors to aristocratic families, they were all preparing to escape. Once the Imperial City was breached, it would be the time for them to escape. At the same time, the elites of the Sleepless Empire hunted down the people related to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, preventing them from destroying the Imperial City from within. Chapter 2358. At the same time, the army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the rebel army of the Nightless Kingdom sent their troops to attack the Imperial City. On this day, outside the Imperial City, it was silent. Countless warriors covered the space inside and outside the Imperial City like dark clouds. The people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were everywhere. They finally reached the city and stopped in front of the Great Formation of Inheritance. This formation was passed down from the founding monarch. It had been strengthened and strengthened by generations of monarchs. It was impregnable. Even if a great venerable came, they wouldn't be able to shake it. On the city wall, Xiao Lifeng, Radiant Jade, and the others looked like they were facing a great enemy. They looked down at a colorful carriage among the army. The carriage was covered with a snow-white soft beast skin. A slender man with a half-naked upper body was lying on it. He looked very young. His facial features were feminine. His long blue hair was very eye-catching. Numerous outstanding beauties surrounded him, and every single one of them was a breathtaking figure. Many of them were top beauties like Bai Yun and Hong Xian. Radiant Jade stared at that person with a serious gaze. Xiao Lifeng said, "This person is Piaro Yunzi, right?" His words were filled with undisguisable murderous intent. More than half of the 81 city lords of the Nightless Kingdom had died at this person's hands. Yes, he is likely to be at the perfect heaven tier. Radiant Jade, who had fought with him before, felt it the most. Radiant Jade was at the late stage of the heaven tier, but he couldn't last more than 10 moves against this person. From this, it could be inferred that his cultivation had probably reached the consummate state of the heaven tier. Xiao Liefeng's breathing quickened. The perfect heaven tier was not something he could fight against. Don't worry. We can only endure. They can't do anything to us. Xiao Lifeng looked at the enemy troops outside the city. He wasn't discouraged. The core of the Nightless Kingdom was him and the higher-ups. As long as they didn't die, the Nightless Kingdom could rise again. Therefore, as long as they protected themselves and the Imperial City, they wouldn't be defeated. Xiao Lifeng, this is the general trend. If you surrender obediently, it will be good for everyone. Piaro Yunzi pushed away the woman who was serving him and sat up. He laid on the chair and smiled sinisterly. Xiao Liefeng's eyes were calm as he said, "The Star Alliance Commerce Chamber of Commerce has gone against the grain and interfered with the 7-star civilizations on their own. Aren't they afraid that they will be boycotted by many civilizations?" Piaro Yunzi chuckled, "Of course not. Humans are indifferent and cold-blooded creatures. As long as their interests aren't violated, they won't make a move. They're like a herd of pigs in a pen. When one of the pigs is killed, the other pigs will only watch coldly. Only when it's their turn to be killed will they resist with all their might." How dare he compare them to pigs? Xiao Lifeng was secretly angry, but he couldn't deny that Piaro Yunzi's words were indeed a portrayal of the world. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would only infringe on the interests of the leisurely civilization. The other civilizations would not take the risk of boycotting the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce until they became a target. Your insignificant imperial city can hold on for one day, but not forever. Piaro Yunzi guided patiently, "If you are willing to surrender now, not only can you avoid death, you can also become an honorable member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Also, from now on, the Radiant Palace will be under your jurisdiction. How about it?" His expression was very serious. It didn't seem like he was lying. Radiant Jade's mind wavered. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Lifeng. Would he agree? Me. Don't embarrass yourself by trying to sow discord. If I, Xiao Lifeng, was really so muddle-headed, I would have been pierced by thousands of arrows and become a pile of bones. Xiao Liefeng's mind was very clear. If the other party was really so kind, why did he have to fight all the way to the city wall? He just wanted to sow discord between Xiao Lifeng and Radiant Jade. Piaro Yunzi's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something else, but Xiao Lifeng ordered, "Everyone from the Nightless Kingdom, listen up. From now on, only defend and do not go out. Unless I personally give the order, no one is allowed to open the formation." Yes. At the juncture of life and death, they completely relied on Xiao Lifeng as their backbone. Piaro Yunzi's eyes darkened and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Xiao Lifeng, even if you don't think for yourself, shouldn't you think for your people?" Hualala, a group of soldiers escorted a few experts who were tied up to the city wall. At a glance, they were all city lords of the Nightless Empire. They would rather die than surrender and were finally captured by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. There were a total of 11 people who were forced to stand side by side. They have sworn to follow you loyally and have contributed greatly to the great cause of your Nightless Empire. Do you have the heart to see them become prisoners and then be beheaded? Piao Yunzi threatened. In other words, he was prepared to execute them in front of the two armies. Xiao Liefeng's heart sank and his eyes were filled with anger. He clenched his fists and pulled them together. Those were his trusted subordinates. But he also understood that he could not agree to Piaro Yunzi's request. Once he surrendered, it would not only be the 11 of them who would die, but the entire imperial city. The best example was the Palace of Light. Those who were disobedient were all killed. No one knew how many people had died. Piaro Yunzi, attacking defenseless people, are you worthy of your status as the vice president of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Lifeng said. Piaro Yunzi smiled darkly and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a soldier cut off the head of the first captive. The head rolled and blood splattered. Xiao Liefeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From now on, kill one person every 2 hours until you are willing to lead the people of the Nightless Kingdom and hand over the original Palace Lord of the Palace of Light. Piaro Yunzi smiled faintly and lay down on his side again. He drank wine and had fun with the beauties in a leisurely manner. It was as if this was not a battlefield, but a place where he could easily deal with flowers. Xiao Lifeng closed his eyes in pain and did not look at the other 10 captives. War was painful. But if he fell in pain, it would cause more people to suffer. He suppressed the pain in his heart and ordered one last time, "Everyone, remember, only defend and do not go out." Thus, he retreated with Bright Jade and the others to a pavilion on the city wall to rest. He did not believe that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would continue to waste time. There were less than 80 years until the end of the world. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would not waste a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources for a civilization. It was only a matter of time before they retreated. As long as they could hold their ground. Fortunately, with the lesson of the Palace of Light, Xiao Lifeng had carried out a great purge of the Imperial City in advance and completely eradicated the hidden dangers of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. If there were no accidents, they should be able to hold their ground. However, in the princess's residence, the princess in the room was holding a jade pendant. She had just received a message from the man in the bamboo hat. "Your Highness, the billions of people of the Nightless Kingdom are in danger. Please save them," the man in the bamboo hat said. Princess Chen Yu frowned. "Father is leading the experts of the kingdom to defend against the enemies. Why is he asking me?" The man in the bamboo hat said, "Your Highness, you do not know. It is the king's stubbornness that has caused the people to fall into trouble." "What do you mean?" Princess Chen Yu was displeased that the man was speaking ill of her father. The man in the bamboo hat said sincerely, "The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce only wants the Nightless Kingdom to surrender and will not hurt anyone." However, the king's stubborn resistance made the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce angry. They decided to break the Imperial City's restriction at all costs and kill everyone in the city. Princess Chen Yu was a little hesitant. "Your Highness, the Palace of Light is a good example. Because of their stubborn resistance, they were slaughtered by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Do you want to see the Imperial City end up the same way?" His words were very touching, especially to those who were inexperienced. "But my father, will they let him go?" Princess Chen Yu also felt that such resistance was meaningless. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was very powerful. The defense of the Palace of Light was not weaker than the Nightless Kingdom, but what was the result? Wasn't it destroyed just like that? "Don't worry, Your Highness." The Vice President of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce promised that as long as they enter the city, not only will the king be pardoned, but he will also be given the territory of the Palace of Light to become the overlord of the colored glaze civilization. Really? Princess Chen Yu was instantly tempted. It's absolutely true. He's the vice president. How could he lie to a promise he made? The man in the bamboo hat continued, "Your Highness, if you can make this happen, you will be the most outstanding princess in the history of the Nightless Kingdom. You will be remembered forever by the people of the future." Princess Chen Yu's heart thumped. She was a vain person. The man in the bamboo hat immediately thought about how his name would be passed down through the ages. "Your Highness, doesn't the king always think that you are not good enough? This time, you have made some achievements and made him look at you in a different light." Princess Chen Yu couldn't help but say, "Okay, then I will go and persuade my father to surrender." "No." The man in the bamboo hat said, "How stubborn is the king? If Your Highness tries to persuade him, not only will he not appreciate it, he might even think that Your Highness is unreasonable and imprison you." Princess Chen Yu thought about it and agreed. "Then what should we do?" Princess Chen Yu asked. The man in the bamboo hat pondered and said, "Your Highness, do you trust me?" Princess Chen Yu trusted the man in the bamboo hat and said, "I trust you." She would rather trust someone she met for the first time than someone who had accompanied her for a long time and helped her. "If you trust me, Your Highness, you can activate the city barrier formation alone." The man in the bamboo hat said. "No, if my father finds out, he will beat me to death." Princess Chen Yu hurriedly said. The man in the bamboo hat shook his head and said, "This is a good thing for the country, the people, and the king. Not only will he not punish you after this, he will also dote on you even more." Princess Chen Yu hesitated for a long time before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I will go." Not long after, Princess Chen Yu quietly left the princess residence and went to the palace. The core of the inheritance formation was located in the palace. Xiao Lifeng was usually guarding it personally. Now that Xiao Lifeng was on the city walls dealing with the army below, Xiao Lifeng had sent his trusted aides to guard it. A total of 9 Fish Dragon Realm experts surrounded the control hub so tightly that not even a mosquito could enter. Chapter 2359. She pretended to panic and jogged to the gate of the central hall of the formation. Outside the main hall, there was a layer of exceptionally tight defensive formation that blocked it from entering. She struggled to break the formation and said in a panic, 9 guardians, father has been ambushed. Go and save him. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Her sorrowful expression did not seem to be fake at all. The 9 Fish Dragon Realm experts were shocked. How could the monarch be ambushed? But since they were personally appointed by the monarch to guard the formation, their minds were naturally not ordinary people. Although they were shocked, they did not panic. Princess, don't panic. Please tell us in detail. Who betrayed us? How are our injuries? Is the enemy under control? An experienced guardian did not rush to rescue her but asked for details. Princess Chen Yu had made up an excuse on the spot. She had never thought about the details. It's the Radiant Palace Master who betrayed us. Father's injuries are very serious. He is fighting with her now. The situation is very critical. Hearing this, the protectors exchanged glances with each other, their hearts filled with doubt. Not to mention that Radiant Jade was seriously injured and was not a match for the monarch. What was the reason for her betrayal? At this critical moment, she should be united with the monarch to fight against the enemy. Princess, please wait a moment. We will contact the monarch to see if he really needs our help. The 9 guardians immediately sent a message to Xiao Lifeng. Princess Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. If they really sent a message, they would be exposed. Ouch. Suddenly, Princess Chen Yu had an idea. She squatted down in pain and held her abdomen. Princess, what's wrong? The guardians asked with concern. Princess Chen Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I was injured while delivering the message. The 9 guardians looked at each other. They naturally did not dare to ignore the princess. Let's carry the princess in to treat her injuries first. The guardians cooperated well. 3 of them activated the formation, 3 of them guarded the outside, and 3 of them carried the princess in. After closing the formation again, the guardians gathered around and asked, Princess, may I ask where you are injured? The princess held her abdomen. I am injured here. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the princess withdrew her hand, and a powerful talisman flew out from her hand. The talisman paper emanated the divine might of a heaven realm Dowlord, and it enveloped the 9 of them within it, causing them to feel as if they were carrying a myriad of mountains on their backs and were unable to move an inch. Princess, what are you doing? The 9 protectors turned pale with fright. They never thought that the princess would attack them. Princess Chen Yu rose to her feet, but she didn't seem to be injured at all. She said with a solemn expression, Guardians, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to do this. But for the people of the Nightless Kingdom, I had to do this. She quickly walked towards the core of the formation, raised a sword in her hand, and forcefully slashed at it. You can't. One of the protectors was so frightened that he was forced to explode his own body and let his soul leave his body to stop the princess. He slapped the sword out of the princess's hand. The soul of a fish dragon was so powerful that the princess couldn't resist it at all and was sent flying. The protector didn't dare to hurt the princess, so he could only hug her and said, Princess, destroying the nation protecting formation will bring disaster to the people of Daybreak. Blood trickled down from the corner of Princess Chen Yu's mouth, and she lowered her head in shame. I was foolish. Please punish me, guardian. As a protector, how could he dare to punish Princess Chen Yu? He put her down and hurriedly went to protect the formation core. He said, Princess is young and immature, but you can't do this anymore, understand? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then, the chills spread to his entire body, starting from his back, and turned into a ball of ice. He turned around with difficulty and saw the princess, who had a look of righteousness on her face. She shook her head and sighed, Guardian, you're the one who doesn't understand. Only by doing this can the people of Daybreak be saved. I'm sorry, but for the sake of the people, I have to kill you. The thing that had pierced through the Protector's body was none other than the 9-5 Heaven's Frost Needle. The Protector died with his eyes wide open, and he was frozen there forever. His eyes reflected the image of the princess destroying the core of the formation with a single stroke of her sword. Whoosh! After the core was destroyed, Princess Chen Yu wiped the sweat off her forehead and smiled with relief. The people are safe. She turned around and looked at the corpse of the Protector, who died with his eyes wide open, and sighed, Guardian, sometimes loyalty is not always right. Your death can be exchanged for the safety of the people of Daybreak. You died a worthy death. After saying that, she left the other 8 protectors and happily went to the city tower. According to the Bamboo Hat Man, after the formation was destroyed, the people of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would not only pardon everyone, but also hand over the Palace of Light to her father. From then on, her father would create a great cause for generations to come. And Princess Chen Yu was the one who made the greatest contribution. She seemed to have seen in the history books a long, long time in the future, a heroic and righteous person who saved the people of the Nightless Empire at a time of crisis, and who brought the Nightless Empire to the peak of history. Creak, creak. The destruction of the array formation caused the entire Imperial City's array formation restrictions to slowly weaken. Xiao Lifeng and Radiant Jade, who were resting in the main hall of the city tower, were the first to sense the changes in the formation. The two opened their eyes, broke through the roof, and looked up at the formation above them. The formation. Oh no, the core of the formation has been destroyed. Xiao Liefeng's face was extremely pale. It was as if someone had dug a giant hole in the bottom of the canoe while he was on the rough sea, putting him in a desperate situation. Radiant Jade staggered and laughed bitterly. It's the same as the Palace of Light. Someone has betrayed you. No. The 9 protectors are my trusted subordinates. They would never betray me, Xiao Lifeng murmured. Xiao Liefeng's eyes were full of despair as he looked at the weakening formation. Father, father. At this moment, Princess Chen Yu ran over with a smile. Xiao Lifeng came back to his senses and glared at her. Why are you here? Go back to the palace, it's dangerous here. Even at the moment of despair, Xiao Lifeng still treated Princess Chen Yu as a treasure. Princess Chen Yu laughed. Hihi, the danger is gone. I'm not afraid. Before Xiao Lifeng could understand what she meant, Radiant Jade's eyes flashed. Chen Yu, what do you mean by the danger is gone? Princess Chen Yu said mysteriously, of course it's the literal meaning. Didn't the Vice President of the Star Association Chamber of Commerce say that as long as we are willing to show our faces, not only will we be pardoned, but the Palace of Light will also be handed over to Father? Thump! Xiao Lifeng felt his heart beat violently. He slowly looked at Princess Chen Yu, an unbelievable thought appearing in his mind. Chen Yu, what did you do? Xiao Lifeng held Princess Chen Yu's shoulders. His throat was blocked by something. Princess Chen Yu thought that the results were about to be revealed. It was fine to let father know now. In any case, she had already acted first and reported later, doing what she had to do. He, I was the one who destroyed the formation core. Princess Chen Yu laughed. Once the formation is destroyed, the Nightless Empire will no longer resist, and the Star Association Chamber of Commerce will fulfill their promise. At that time, the Nightless Empire will reach the peak of history, surpassing all previous generations. She looked forward to the future as she talked to herself. Where are the 9 protectors? Didn't they stop you? Xiao Liefeng's old body trembled, and his eyes became extremely empty. Princess Chen Yu did not notice anything, and she laughed complacently. Haha, how could they compare to my intelligence? With a simple trick, I trapped all of them. She paused, then said honestly, however, there was a stubborn protector who wanted to stop me from saving the world, so I had to kill him. Sigh, really, why did you have to do that? Xiao Lifeng could no longer listen to her, or perhaps, his heart had been shattered by his daughter. The Nightless Empire did not die at the hands of the enemy. Instead, it died at the hands of his precious daughter. Chen Yu, why did you do this? Xiao Lifeng shook Princess Chen Yu's shoulders, and tears of pain flowed down his face. He was in pain for the fate of the Nightless Empire, and even more in pain for his daughter's ignorance. Princess Chen Yu blinked her eyes. Didn't I say it was to save the world? Only by surrendering will the Star Association Chamber of Commerce let the world go. Who told you this? Xiao Liefeng's eyes were blurred. Princess Chen Yu thought for a moment, and said embarrassedly, "It was the man in the bamboo hat who told me. He was really thinking for the Nightless Empire, and that was why he asked me to activate the formation behind my father's back. Please don't blame him in the future." Slap! A resounding slap landed on Princess Chen Yu's face, causing her attractive face to contort in pain. Her body was sent flying like a broken shoe, and it smashed into a stone pillar in the palace, shattering it into pieces. Princess Chen Yu fell to the ground, and she rolled a few times before she stopped. Her mouth was full of blood, and her eyes were wide open. She said in pain, "Father, I did it for your own good, for the Nightless Empire, for the world. It's fine if you don't understand me, but you still hit me. I don't have a father like you." Unexpectedly, what she got in return was a roar that Xiao Lifeng had never heard before. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he gritted his teeth as he roared, "If I had a choice, I would have crushed you to death when you were born." He regretted it. He had never regretted it before. Why did he let her live in this world, and why did he work so hard to raise her? What kind of sin did he commit to raise such a daughter who deserved to be hacked to pieces? He ordered her to not activate the formation again and again. Princess Chen Yu did not listen to a single word. Instead, she accepted it as the truth when outsiders egged her on. The most ridiculous thing was that she claimed to be doing it for the world, but she did not hesitate to kill the protector who had doted on her since she was young. Was she still human? She was more heartless than a beast. In the end, she even caused a great disaster, harming the entire Nightless Empire and all the people in the imperial city. She did not know what she had done wrong, and she was still in the dark. Princess Chen Yu was full of grievances. She gritted her teeth and looked at the army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce below the city. She thought, "Father, you will understand that I am right in a while. When that time comes, I will not forgive you no matter what you say." As the formation weakened to its limit, it completely shattered. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce maintained a deep silence. They were all waiting for Piaro Yunzi to speak. Piaro Yunzi finally sat up leisurely and looked at the princess on the city wall with a smile that did not seem like a smile. He said sinisterly, "Pass down my order. Kill everyone in the city. Leave no one alive. If there was a duplicate chapter, please delete the book from the shelf, then add it again, and everything will be back to normal." Chapter 2360. The experts on the city walls were not surprised at all, apart from their pale faces. No one would believe that the Star Association Chamber of Commerce would show mercy and forgive them after spending so much effort to attack the Nightless Kingdom. There was only one exception. Princess Chen Yu stood rooted to the ground, unable to believe what she had just heard. However, the words "leave no one alive" still reverberated in the air, telling her again and again that the Star Association Chamber of Commerce was going to massacre the entire city. No, it's not like that. Princess Chen Yu climbed to the top of the city wall with difficulty. She wanted to question the Star Association Chamber of Commerce, but the army of the Star Association Chamber of Commerce charged into the city unhindered and started a massacre. A series of screams immediately rang out. The area below the city walls was instantly dyed in blood. Princess Chen Yu looked at the corpses of the citizens of the Nightless Kingdom and the dazzling redness. Princess Chen Yu felt a chill in her heart. She was unprecedentedly afraid. She was in trouble. She was in big trouble. Those deaths were all because of her. No, it has nothing to do with me. I was also deceived. Princess Chen Yu was not willing to bear the responsibility, nor did she dare to. She muttered to herself, trying to shift the blame. "Soldiers, listen up. If the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we die." Xiao Lifeng shouted. He had no more hope of survival. However, there were only a few people who responded. The martial artists, generals, and soldiers on the city walls all glared at Princess Chen Yu. Their hateful gazes converged into a raging flame that could burn the heavens. "I am willing to die for my country and my family, but please forgive me for not being able to protect the princess." A general threw down his sword, sat on the ground, and waited for his death. He would rather be hacked to death by the soldiers than die protecting a princess who deserved to die. I will only die for the people, not for the princess. Please grant the princess death. Please kill the princess to appease the anger of the world. Please kill the princess, my king. In the face of a national crisis, all the living beings on the city walls shouted in unison for Princess Qianyu to be killed. Every word and sentence was filled with hatred for Princess Qianyu. Xiao Lifeng closed his eyes in pain. Then, he opened them and looked at Princess Qianyu coldly. Come here, stand in front of the city. Kill yourself and apologize to the souls of the people, generals, and soldiers that you killed. Princess Qianyu was being pointed at by thousands of people, and she cried out in fear, I didn't do anything wrong, I was just thinking for the sake of the world, why are you treating me like this? These words enraged everyone even more. Kill the princess. If she doesn't die, I won't rest in peace. Kill. 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 Princess Qianyu's rebuttal was drowned out by the voices of the people. The feelings that Xiao Lifeng had for Princess Qianyu had completely disappeared along with the increasingly pungent smell of blood. Xiao Lifeng moved and grabbed Princess Qianyu by the nape of her neck. He brought her to the front of the city wall and said sorrowfully to the generals, warriors, and martial artists who were fighting a bloody battle downstairs, I, Xiao Lifeng, am useless. I have raised this kind of evil creature who brings disaster to the country and people. This is the biggest mistake I, Xiao Lifeng, have made in my life. Now, as the monarch of the Nightless Kingdom, in the name of Princess Qianyu's father, I hereby execute this bastard. He had already made up his mind. He clenched his fist and exerted force, intending to crush Xiao Lifeng's head. However, at this moment, Piao Yunzi suddenly made his move. A few white clouds floated past him and his figure appeared behind Xiao Lifeng. An incomparably pale palm imprinted on Xiao Lifeng's back. Xiao Lifeng was already prepared. He had no choice but to let go of Princess Qianyu and fight back with all his might. Radiant Jade also did not have the slightest intention of waiting for death. He flew over and attacked Xiao Lifeng from the front and back. Haha, that's fine. Let me experience the battle power of the two super experts of the colored glaze civilization. Piao Yunzi was not afraid at all. He fought with the two of them with ease. At the same time, after an intense battle. In the end, the defending army of the Nightless Kingdom was unable to stop the army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which was several times their size. They were completely annihilated in the city tower. The army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce charged into the city and strictly carried out Piao Yunzi's orders. They killed everyone they saw, regardless of whether they were living creatures or spiritual pets. Anything that was alive had to be killed. No one was left alive. Corpses piled up in the city and blood flowed like a river. From the martial experts to the ordinary citizens, to the old, the weak, the women and the children, none of them escaped death. When dusk fell, only the army of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was left in the once bustling imperial city. They held weapons and checked the corpses one by one. If they found any survivors who were pretending to be dead, they were immediately killed on the spot. Under the high temperature, the boundless blood water emitted a thick blood mist. The blood mist filled the imperial city and turned it into a bright red city. The setting sun was like blood. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the silent imperial city was like a ghost city that had emerged from the yellow springs. It added a gloomy hue. The Nightless Kingdom was destroyed. At the end of the world, a white cloud floated over. Piao Yunzi's left and right hands each captured a person. They were Xiao Lifeng and Radiant Jade. The former only had half of his body left and was on the verge of death. The latter was unharmed, but all of his power had been sealed. He was just like an ordinary person. Greetings, Senior Piao Yunzi. A black figure came out from the city tower. He was none other than the mysterious man in the bamboo hat. Beside the man in the bamboo hat were the wooden Bai Yun and Hongxian and the dejected Princess Qianyu. Ha. Piao Yunzi threw the two of them to the ground. Their capture meant that the Palace of Light and the Nightless Kingdom would become the dust of history. There would no longer be the Palace of Light and the Nightless Kingdom in this world. How is the battle situation? Piao Yunzi asked. The man in the bamboo hat replied, apart from a few fugitives, there are no survivors. Very good. Piao Yunzi's gaze turned to Princess Chen Yu. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Princess Chen Yu, what do you think? Princess Chen Yu's body trembled. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to look into Piao Yunzi's eyes. She was afraid that he would include her in the list of no survivors. I like to leave behind future troubles. Now, you must be regretting destroying the core of the formation. You must hate me, right? Princess Chen Yu hurriedly said, No, I don't. I don't hate you. Is that so? Piao Yunzi walked over. He stretched out his index finger and lifted Princess Chen Yu's snow-white chin. There was a hint of evil in his eyes. I have never tasted the taste of a princess. Are you willing to enjoy yourself under my knee? Princess Chen Yu was not a young girl. She naturally understood what he meant. He meant that she would become Piao Yunzi's plaything. However, she agreed without hesitation. She nodded her head repeatedly. I'm willing. I just hope that you don't kill me. Piao Yunzi smiled wickedly. There are 2 conditions for me to spare your life. First, become my woman. Second, show your loyalty. He shoved a dagger with a peculiar design into Princess Chen Yu's hand and said, This is my Dao weapon, the frigid soul dagger. With this dagger, I'll be able to sever the soul of a Deva realm Dao lord. Princess Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. She could somewhat understand what Piao Yunzi was trying to do. I'll only believe that you sincerely want to stay by my side as my plaything if you kill your father. Piao Yunzi was more than happy to see the father and daughter kill each other. Princess Chen Yu gripped the dagger tightly. Her hands were trembling. She did not dare to make a move. After all, he was her biological father. Princess, have you forgotten that he wanted to kill you before the army arrived? The plaited bamboo hat man said from the side. I don't think he treated you as his daughter at that time. Only then did Princess Chen Yu recall what had just happened. At that moment, she thought she was dead meat. She could no longer see the love and affection in Xiao Liefeng's eyes. All she saw was endless coldness and unfamiliarity. The fear of death caused resentment to rise in her heart. Moreover, have you forgotten that your father slapped you and punished you to face the wall for an outsider? The plaited bamboo hat man continued. When they came out of the Glaze ancient cave, Xiao Liefeng had slapped Princess Chen Yu once because of Su Yu. The new hatred and the old hatred caused the dissatisfaction that Princess Chen Yu had suppressed in her heart to explode. She walked forward with the cold soul dagger. Xiao Liefeng, do you know that you were wrong? At that moment, Xiao Liefeng was extremely weak. He opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at his ferocious daughter. He said weakly, I know. The biggest mistake of my life was having a daughter like you. Princess Chen Yu was furious. She gripped the dagger and stabbed it into Xiao Liefeng's chest. Don't blame me. You were the one who wronged me first. I didn't do anything wrong, but you wanted to kill me. You're not my father at all. The demonic energy in the cold soul dagger immediately invaded Xiao Liefeng's body, rapidly destroying his life. Xiao Liefeng was in extreme pain, but he clenched his teeth and laughed coldly. My stupid daughter, believe me. Your fate will be worse than mine. Ha ha ha. Princess Chen Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. She stabbed the dagger again and again. Blood splattered all over her face, making her look as hideous as an evil spirit. Princess Chen Yu only stopped when Xiao Liefeng's life was completely gone. She breathed rapidly. After confirming that Xiao Liefeng was dead, she came before Piao Yunzi and returned the dagger with both hands. The conditions have been fulfilled. From today onwards, I am senior Piao Yunzi's woman. She thought that she could escape death by fulfilling the 2 conditions. Little did she know that Piao Yunzi had been toying with her from the beginning. Look in the mirror. Look at your face. I don't want a woman like you. Piao Yunzi laughed evilly. He kicked Princess Chen Yu to the ground as if he was kicking a wild dog. The man in the bamboo hat laughed. If Senior Piao Yunzi doesn't like it, please don't waste it. Why don't you give it to me? Up to you. Piao Yunzi said nonchalantly. He turned to look at Radiant's Jade, who was tied up at the side. He laughed evilly. I only need you, After that, he left with Radiant's Jade. The man in the bamboo hat and Princess Chen Yu were left on the city wall. Princess Chen Yu climbed to her feet and said submissively, Big brother, I will listen to you obediently from today onwards. Don't let the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce kill me, okay? The man in the bamboo hat laughed mysteriously. Listen to me obediently? Okay, I have a favor to ask of you for a long time. Chapter 2361. What? Princess Chen Yu couldn't help but step back when she heard the creepy laughter of the man in bamboo hat. She had a bad feeling about this. The man in bamboo hat sneered as he took off his robe and bamboo hat, revealing a handsome face. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize that the man in front of him was none other than Jiyu Taishu, a man who had been entangled with her since the beginning of JoJo. My name is Jiyu Taishu. It's my honor to meet you, princess. Jiyu Taishu smiled politely. Princess Chen Yu was not very confident. She looked at him and said, You said you wanted to ask me for help a long time ago. What do you mean? Literally, Jiyu Taishu said with a smile, and wisps of blood-red mist gradually encircled his body. The mist grew thicker and thicker until it surrounded Jiyu Taishu like a blood cloud. Roars of beasts could be heard from the blood cloud. 4 incomplete beast shadows were roaring ferociously. Princess Chen Yu stepped back in fear. However, she was shocked to find that her 9 divine bodies had appeared uncontrollably. The 9 divine Laksana were majestic and solemn, confronting the 4 beast shadows. What is that thing? Why can it affect my 9 divine bodies? Princess Chen Yu was even more terrified and uneasy. Jiyu Taishu put his hands behind his back and said leisurely, Princess, have you ever heard that the 9 divine bodies are divided into innate and acquired ones? Princess Chen Yu had indeed heard about this from her father. So what? Jiyu Taishu chuckled. Since you have heard about it, you should know the difference between them. To evolve the 9 divine bodies into the 9 paths body, you need to train your divine body constantly. As for the acquired ones, a creepy thought popped up in Princess Chen Yu's mind. You want to. She remembered that her father used to say that the only way to evolve the 9 divine bodies into the 9 paths body was to devour. Only by devouring the essence of countless living creatures could one have a chance to evolve into the 9 paths body. The process was evil and bloody. It was extremely horrifying. Could it be that he wanted to devour her? It seems you have guessed it. Jiyu Taishu's eyes lit up. More than half of my 9 divine bodies were devoured by a little bastard. I had lost the chance to evolve into the 9 paths body. However, one day, I learned that there was another 9 divine bodies in this world. The innate 9 Dao's physique was none other than Princess Chen Yu. If I can consume the innate 9 Dao's body, then I can take its body for myself. Not only will I be able to recover my previous divine body, but my divine body will also improve greatly. My chances of transforming into the innate 9 Dao's body in the future will be much higher. Princess Chen Yu's heart trembled. You approached me for my divine body from the very beginning? What else, my princess? Do you really think that everyone in the world revolves around you like your father and the people around you? Jiyu Taishu said disdainfully. It had to be said that Princess Chen Yu was the most spoiled girl he had ever seen. She was completely self-centered and thought that it was natural for others to treat her well. In the end, he even killed Xiao Lifeng, who had always loved her dearly. This extremely selfish and stupid woman was an eye-opener for him. However, it was precisely because of this that he had the opportunity to get close to Princess Chen Yu and plot against her in secret to help them accomplish their great plan. No, it's not like that. Princess Chen Yu felt a sense of peril, and she hurriedly retreated backward. Father, save me. Her words stopped abruptly. Only now did she realize that her father was dead, and he had died by her hands. The experts who had protected him in the past had also perished. The world was vast, but she was the only one left. There was no longer Xiao Lifeng, who had silently protected her in the dark and watched her train. There were no more martial artists who had racked their brains to accompany her in silence. There were no more protectors who cared whether she was injured or not. There were only enemies who had revealed their true colors. No, this is not what I want. Princess Chen Yu finally could not help but burst into tears. Jiyu Taishu sneered. Can crying change your fate? Princess, perhaps your father has always doted on you, but he has never taught you one thing. Everyone has to pay for their actions. No one is an exception, including you. As soon as he finished speaking, the four beast shadows on the surface of his body roared madly. Princess Chen Yu turned around and ran, crying as she ran. She wanted to seek help, but all she could find was her father's cold body, fallen corpses, and destroyed Nightless Kingdom. The one who had caused this was none other than herself. Accept your fate. Your own people want you dead, and so do your enemies. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. Your death is not to be regretted, Jiyu Taishu said coldly. With a swoosh, a line of blood shot out from the surface of his body and penetrated Princess Chen Yu's ankle, causing her to fall to the ground. Before she could get up, several more lines of blood shot into her body. Princess Chen Yu screamed in excruciating pain with every hit. Not only did the bloodlines penetrate her body, but they also penetrated deep into her bones to absorb the body of 9 divine spirits hidden in her body. Like an earthworm, she struggled and rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. However, Jiyu Taishu showed no mercy. More and more lines of blood entered her body in response. The body of 9 divine spirits condensed on the surface of her body became weaker and weaker as hundreds of lines of blood crazily devoured them. Instead, many weak Dharma forms of gods appeared behind Jiyu Taishu. Through this method, Jiyu Taishu deprived Princess Chen Yu of her body of 9 divine spirits. The whole process lasted for 10 minutes. During this period, Princess Chen Yu had never experienced such extreme pain in her life. At this moment, she finally regretted it. She regretted that she would rather believe the man in the bamboo hat whom she had only met once than the strict orders of her father. She had ruined everyone, and she had ruined herself. In the endless pain, her soul finally collapsed, and her mind was completely lost. She was reduced to a fool who had lost consciousness, crying and laughing at the same time as she lay on the ground. Jiyu Taishu, who had obtained what he wanted, roared at the sky. The body of 9 divine spirits has finally been restored, and it's even more powerful than before. 9 complete shadows of ferocious beasts appeared behind him. Among them, 4 of them were extremely solid, releasing the pressure of a Pathmaster. Su Yu, when my body of 9 divine spirits is completed, it will be the day I turn you into ashes. Jiyu Taishu couldn't forget Su Yu. The hatred of Su Yu for stealing his wife and injuring him made him unable to forget Su Yu at all times. As long as he didn't destroy Su Yu, he would never have peace. Looking at Princess Chen Yu, who had become a fool, Jiyu Taishu sneered and raised his finger to touch her forehead. He said calmly, "Once, I let Su Yu go because of my carelessness. In the end, he became my mortal enemy. I won't make the same mistake twice." Even if Princess Chen Yu had become a fool, Jiyu Taishu wouldn't let her go. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Princess Chen Yu, who was obviously crazy, suddenly pleaded with him with her eyes clear, "No, I won't be your enemy, I swear." She had pretended to be crazy and tried to deceive Jiyu Taishu into letting her go. However, Jiyu Taishu was cruel and merciless, and things didn't go as she had expected. Jiyu Taishu was stunned, and then his face became colder. "Then, it's all the more reason for me to kill you." Puff. A bright light flickered at the tip of his finger, and it pierced through Princess Chen Yu's head. In the end, the princess who had single-handedly harmed the empire of Nightless collapsed completely. After that, Jiyu Taishu crushed a piece of jade and said telepathically, "Golden-eyed Lang Jun, I've got what I wanted, and I'll fulfill my promise to help you complete that task. Farewell." When he finished speaking, he flew away. On the other side, in a large hall, Piao Yunzi had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the indifferent radiant jade. At this moment, there was a ball of light that was constantly expanding and contracting in the abdomen of radiant jade. That was the doctrine artifact that radiant jade had hidden in her body. At this moment, it was being activated and was about to explode. "I didn't expect you to be prepared and leave a trace of the Pathmaster's power in the doctrine artifact," Piao Yunzi said leisurely. Radiant Jade said coldly, Women who fall into your hands never have a good ending. Therefore, even if I explode myself into pieces, I won't let you have a single cent." Piao Yunzi chuckled. "Of course you can die, but what about your members of the Light Palace? The female disciples called Shenhua and Shenyin are also great beauties. If I catch them, guess how I'll treat them?" Radiant Jade's expression tensed up. Before the battle, she had secretly sent the two girls away. But the colored glaze civilization now belonged to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. How long could they escape? Once they were caught, their fate would be, "Piao Yunzi, what do you want?" Radiant Jade glared at him. Piao Yunzi smiled evilly as he sized up Radiant Jade's beautiful body. "As long as you're willing to serve me well and make me happy, of course I can let them go. Otherwise, I'll make up for it with their bodies." Shameless. Radiant Jade was furious and ashamed. "It's up to you whether you agree or not. The thing I, Piao Yunzi, hate the most is forcing others." Piao Yunzi crossed his arms in front of his chest and chuckled. Radiant Jade's eyes flashed with struggle. After a moment, she bit her lips and the flickering light in her body gradually dimmed. She would die either way. Rather than letting Shenhua and Shenyin bear the pain, it was better for her to bear it herself. Piao Yunzi's eyes were blazing. Like a hunter who had succeeded in his evil plan, he licked his lips excitedly. But at this moment, a cold voice pierced through the sky of the hall. The words of a lowly person cannot be trusted. The tone was cold and somewhat dreamy. Piao Yunzi felt his vision blur for a moment before he fell into an incomparably long dream. In the dream, he was entangled by a group of peerless women, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. He knew that this was a dream, but he did not want to wake up. "Wake up!" Piao Yunzi shouted in the end. He forcefully dispersed the dream and returned to reality. But Radiant Jade had already disappeared in front of him, leaving behind only broken dream fragments. Piao Yunzi broke through the roof and roared, "Who is it? Who is it that spoiled my plans?" Outside the Imperial Palace, in a deserted temple. The seal on Radiant Jade's body had been removed, and she regained her strength. She looked at the tall and slender woman in snow-white clothes in front of her and was pleasantly surprised. The Destined Daughter. Chapter 2362. As the #1 emissary of light, she spent most of her time in secluded cultivation and rarely showed her face. The calamity of the Light Palace had come too suddenly, and the Light Jade had no time to rescue her. He didn't think that not only was she safe and sound, she even saved him from Piao Yunzi. What surprised her even more was that Shenhua and Shenyin were standing beside the Destined One. Not only did she save him, she also saved Shenhua and Shenyin. The Lady of Destiny's expression was tranquil, without joy or sorrow. "Greetings, Palace Master." Radiant Jade was pleasantly surprised, sighing, "I didn't think that the one who saved my Light Palace in the end would be you." "It's only right," the Lady of Destiny said calmly, "we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave the leisurely civilization as soon as possible." Radiant Jade nodded and took a deep look at the nightless empire behind her. Her crystal-like eyes were filled with sorrow. It's a pity that Xiao Lifeng, the mighty leader of a generation, died in the hands of his own daughter. "Wait here for me for a moment. Before I leave, I want to help Xiao Lifeng get rid of that vile spawn." Radiance Jade said coldly. "No need, she has already received the punishment she deserves," the Woman of Destiny replied. Radiant Jade was startled, but she didn't suspect anything. Just like what Xiao Lifeng had said before he died, she would regret her ignorance. Princess Chen Yu had destroyed everything and sent herself to the wolves. How could she possibly have a good ending? "Then, let's go. As the Palace Master, I will send you on your final journey. I hope that you can enter an 8-star civilization as you wish," Radiant Jade said desolately. Her original intention was that after the disciples she had nurtured entered an 8-star civilization, they would in turn help the Palace of Light overcome the great calamity. But now, the Palace of Light had been destroyed. Her only wish was for them to enter an 8-star civilization, where they would be carefree and not have to miss the Palace of Light. Not long after, the group of people left the colored glaze civilization. At that time, Piao Yunzi searched both inside and outside the imperial city, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of the light jade even after a long time. He couldn't help but be angry. Send my order, capture Xianhua and Xian Yin and bring them to me immediately. He wanted to take revenge for Radiant Jade's escape. After a long time, he calmed down, crushed a jade pendant, and transmitted a message. Ghost teacher, quickly come and clean up the Nightless Kingdom. Su Yu, who was leading the higher-ups of the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion to the Nightless Empire at top speed, sighed softly when he saw the voice transmission. I'm still a step too late after all. When he learned that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had already attacked the two sides, he led his people and rushed over. Not long after he left, he received a message from Piaoyunzi to Ghost Master. Who would have thought that the Light Palace and the Nightless Empire, these two superforces, would not even be able to hold on for a few short days before they were completely destroyed? He couldn't make it in time even if he wanted to. Let's go. Su Yu's eyes turned cold as he led the army to rush over at top speed. 2 days later, the Sikh Sword Pavilion's army had arrived at the city. When Piaro Yunzi received the news, he was slightly startled. So fast. He expected it to take at least 10 days. That's good too. I can free myself and head to Colored Glaze City. Piaoyunzi's only goal in occupying the Colored Glaze Ancient Cave was to occupy the Colored Glaze Ancient Cave. In order to successfully occupy this place, they had to first eliminate the 3 overlord forces of the Colored Glaze civilization. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed. Among them, the sword-seeking pavilion had already surrendered to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. They only needed to deal with the Palace of Light and the Nightless Empire. Now that everything was going according to plan, he would let the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion take over the territories of the two so that he could explore the glazed ancient cave with peace of mind. Send someone to welcome them, Piaoyunzi ordered. Soon after, a group of people from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, led by Deputy Palace Master Lu of the former Light Palace, went to the front of the city to welcome them. Deputy Palace Master Lu was full of smiles. She had secretly dealt with the ghost teacher many times and could be considered an old acquaintance. Now that he was in charge of the entire Colored Glaze civilization, she would naturally benefit from it. As she waited, a dark cloud finally came from the horizon. What was slightly strange was that the cloud seemed to contain some burning flames. However, these were all minor details and were not important. When the dark cloud completely came, she did not see the ghost teacher. However, she recognized the group of higher-ups of the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion. Where is the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion master? Deputy Palace Master Lu asked. One of the higher-ups said woodenly, the pavilion master is in the sky. He invites Deputy Palace Master Lu to come up and meet him. In the sky? Was he referring to the inside of the cloud? Deputy Palace Master Lu did not take any precautions and flew into the dark cloud. However, as soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sight of 4 people whose bodies were burning with flames. Seeing them, Deputy Palace Master Lu was stunned for a moment. She felt that they looked very familiar. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, the purple flame demoness? She might not know the other demonesses, but she knew the infamous purple flame demoness. She was full of doubts. How did the swordsmanship-seeking pavilion get entangled with the Starfire civilization? Where is the sword-seeker pavilion master? She suppressed her surprise and decided to ask the sword-seeker pavilion master for an explanation. The Starfire civilization and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were not on good terms. Wasn't he afraid of being punished by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Didn't I answer you? In the sky, the purple flame demoness answered on Su Yu's behalf when she saw that he was too lazy to speak. In the sky. Finally, Deputy Palace Master Lu sensed that something was wrong. Looking around, he said in surprise, you brought the ghost teacher. You are so long-winded. The purple flame demoness flicked her finger, and a wisp of purple flames engulfed Deputy Palace Master Lu, preventing him from moving. If he touched it, he would be burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. What do you want? Deputy Palace Master Lu asked in panic. Su Yu did not say a word. His eyes flashed as he searched his soul. After a moment, his eyes turned cold. No wonder the Palace of Light and the Sleepless Empire were destroyed in a day. There was a traitor. The Palace of Light's destruction was understandable, but the destruction of the Sleepless Empire was unheard of. The traitor was the princess. Moreover, she was tricked into destroying the core of the formation, causing the destruction of the entire empire. Death is not to be regretted. If Princess Qianyu had been in front of him, he would have slapped her to death. He had seen scourges, but he had never seen a scourge like her. In the end, she even killed Xiao Lifeng. However, Su Yu wasn't surprised by this. After all, Princess Qianyu had always been a selfish and self-centered person. In a moment of life and death, killing Xiao Lifeng to save her own life was completely in line with her personality. Don't act rashly. The Deputy Master of the Western Region Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce is in the Imperial City. You better think twice, Deputy Palace Master Lu warned. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent, and he snorted. You are just a bigger ant. The purple flame demoness understood Su Yu's intentions. With a thought, the purple flames tightened, instantly burning Deputy Palace Master Lu. Amidst heart-wrenching screams, he was burned into a charred corpse and fell from the dark clouds. The people who were waiting below were stunned when they saw Deputy Palace Master Lu's corpse falling from the sky. At the same time, a cold and majestic order came from the dark clouds. Leave no one alive. Since everyone in the Imperial City had been slaughtered, the only ones left inside should be the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce and the traitors. Killing them all would not be a mistake. With the order, the high-level martial artists of the sword-seeking pavilion and the 4 demonesses entered the city. Even Zhong Wushuang, Zixuan, and the Star Lady joined in the siege. With the 4 demonesses leading the way, who could stop them? In just a few breaths, half of the Imperial City was engulfed in a sea of fire, and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce lost countless lives. Piao Yunzi, who was waiting for the ghost teacher in the Imperial Palace, sensed something was wrong. He rushed out immediately and looked at the raging fire in the city. He said angrily, "Who is it?" It would have been fine if he had not come out, but as soon as he did, he was discovered by the divine flame demoness. A seemingly weak and ordinary flame shot toward him. Piao Yunzi, who was in a rage, suddenly saw the divine flame coming toward him. He was so frightened that his heart beat wildly, and he cried out involuntarily, "The divine flame of the divine flame demoness." His anger was replaced by a chill in his heart. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and cold air rose from the soles of his feet. Without thinking, he turned around and fled for his life. He did not understand why the divine flame demoness had suddenly appeared, but he knew that he was no match for her. With just a single move, he would be injured or even killed. But would the divine flame demoness allow him to escape? A wall of fire that reached the heavens suddenly appeared in front of Piao Yunzi, blocking his path. The divine flame demoness walked out of the wall of fire and looked at him indifferently. At this moment, how could Piao Yunzi have any thoughts of a woman? There was only fear. He even regretted taking the initiative to volunteer to take on this muddy water. Divine flame demoness, are you sure you want to become enemies with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Killing ordinary members of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was not a big deal. However, killing a vice president meant declaring war against the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The divine flame demoness expression was indifferent. "Senior, you said that you want to kill everyone. There's nothing I can do." As she spoke, she silently chanted an incantation. Piao Yunzi suddenly felt as if his body was about to be ignited from the inside out. The fear of impending death instantly enveloped his soul. At this critical moment, he took out a bamboo stick and hurriedly shouted, "President, save me." He crushed the bamboo stick, and a ball of light burst out. An old man in a grey robe appeared from within. He had white hair and a white beard, and he had an immortal aura around him. His entire body gave off an unfathomable and mysterious feeling. Old man, profound secrets. The divine flame demoness expression became much more serious. In the Western region, the South Pole immortal Wang was ranked first, and the divine flame demoness was ranked second. This ranking was based on the fact that only the 9 great 7-star civilizations were considered. If the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was considered, all the rankings would be pushed back. This was because Old Man Profound Secrets was the undisputed #1. In order to expand the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the Western region, Old Man Profound Secrets had challenged the strongest of the 9 great civilizations one by one, and he had never lost. It could be imagined that even the South Pole Immortal Wang had been defeated by him. The person in front of her was probably an afterimage of Old Man Profound Secrets. Its power was not even 1/10,000th of his original self. The afterimage blew a breath of air toward Piaoyunzi. Immediately, Piaoyunzi was blown out of the colored glaze civilization. The divine flame demoness wanted to give chase, but she could not. She could only watch as the afterimage of Old Man Profound Secrets gradually dissipated. After a cup of tea's time, the imperial city had been cleared. Everything was as Su Yu had requested. Not a single soul was spared. Su Yu stood on the city wall, silently looking at Xiao Liefeng's corpse. Behind him, the divine flame demoness returned. She sighed. Old Man Profound Secrets incarnation appeared, but he could not stop Piaoyunzi. Chapter 2363. The divine flame demonic woman stepped back subconsciously and stared at Su Yu, thinking that he was about to perform an earth-shattering divine technique. However, Su Yu didn't do anything. He just looked at the sky and looked away. At the same time, outside the colored glaze civilization, tens of thousands of battleships were displayed on an abandoned star near the colored glaze civilization. Meng Qie, who was training, suddenly received a message from Su Yu. After reading the content, she stood up and yelled, "Pass down my order. All battleships are to enter combat mode and annihilate the enemy." Boom. Boom. The tens of thousands of battleships that had been stationed on the star for several years finally moved. They lined up and covered most of the sky. Powerful cannons were aimed at the colored glaze civilization. Meng Qie squinted her eyes when she saw a panicked figure rushing over from the colored glaze civilization. Fire! Boom! Boom! Hundreds of thousands of cannons were fired at the same time. The momentum was enough to tear the sky and earth apart. The power of a single cannon was only at the level of a half-Dao Lord. However, the power of 1,000, 10,000, or even hundreds of thousands of cannons would increase exponentially. Piaoyunzi was fleeing with all his might, afraid that the divine flame demonic woman would catch up. How could he expect that there was a mysterious force that had been hiding outside of the colored glaze civilization? Caught off guard, he became a target and was hit on the spot. At the critical moment, he unleashed the strength of the celestial realm and condensed a defense on the surface of his body. However, the defense could only last for 3 breaths of time before it exploded with a loud bang. His body suffered an unimaginable destructive blow. He didn't even have time to scream before he was drowned in the endless roar of the cannons. His Taoist body was torn apart, spraying blood all the way back to the colored glaze civilization. On the walls of the imperial city, the divine flame demonic woman and the others heard a tearing sound from the sky. Then, they saw several broken limbs falling to the ground. Those broken limbs were not Piaoyunzi's body. The divine flame demonic woman was horrified. Despite being so far away, Senior was able to kill him with just a glance from outside the universe. What kind of unparalleled divine power was this? The purple flame demonic woman and the others felt their scalps go numb. No one could save them even if they fled to the heavens. Zhong Wushuang, Zishuan, and the Star Lady also gasped. Such divine power should be invincible in the West regions, right? Su Yu did not even look at the corpse. He looked at Xiao Liefeng's corpse and sighed in his heart. Why bother? It is human nature to love one's children, but if one spoils them too much, they will harm themselves and others. The Nightless Kingdom was destroyed by Princess Qian Yu in a matter of days. Xiao Liefeng was one of the reasons. If he hadn't been biased, how could the princess have acted so recklessly? Are you acquainted with the monarch of the Nightless Kingdom? The divine flame demonic woman probed. He found it strange. How did a high and mighty senior get to know Xiao Liefeng? Su Yu shook his head gently. I don't know him, but I heard from my apprentice that he was taken care of by this monarch in the colored glaze civilization. I see. The divine flame demonic woman sighed. My condolences, senior. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said calmly, "Are you acting on your own again?" The divine flame demonic woman was taken aback. She didn't understand what she had said wrong. She was just trying to persuade Senior not to take it to heart. How did he act on his own? She was not the only one who was confused. The demoness and the others were also confused. They couldn't understand what the Senior was saying at all. But what the Senior said next overturned everything they had ever known in their lives. "I have long since left the heavenly law and am no longer a part of the 5 elements. How can mere life and death stop me?" Su Yu said calmly. Then, he waved his sleeves. An emerald energy seeped into Xiao Liefeng's body. Xiao Liefeng's corpse, which had been cold and lifeless, was now emitting warmth. At the same time, the broken lower half of his body was being reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His meridians, bones, and flesh were being reconstructed. A moment later, his body was as good as new. Even his injuries were healed. What was even more incredible was that Xiao Liefeng's soul, which had already been dispersed, was being reconstructed in his body. All of a sudden, Xiao Liefeng's heart thumped violently. His entire body was rejuvenated. At the same time, his eyes slowly opened. They were filled with confusion. "I am still alive," Xiao Liefeng murmured. He was still in a blurry state of consciousness. His eyes reflected a group of people who had frozen expressions and were trembling with excitement. The divine flame demonic woman blinked and bit the tip of her tongue. She wondered if she was dreaming. There was an absolute boundary between life and death. However, in the hands of Su Yu, a dead person could be resurrected. This had completely overturned her understanding of life that she had known for billions of years. The purple flame demonic woman and the others were shocked and excited beyond words. Resurrection from the dead, it's really resurrection from the dead. The purple flame demonic woman's admiration for Su Yu was unprecedentedly strong. It was like a mortal meeting a deity. The divine ancestor has appeared. We pay our respects to the divine ancestor. The divine flame demonic woman was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She knelt on the ground with the rest of the people, expressing their utmost respect for Su Yu. They were sure that Su Yu's level was beyond their imagination. He could very well be a Pathmaster. No, he could very well be a heavenly law master. He could even be one of the 9 great divine ancestors of the Holy Mountain in the ancient era. Only someone like that could transcend the heavenly law and not be bound by the 5 element. Su Yu said calmly, "It's just a small trick. Just remember, don't make decisions on your own again." At that moment, the divine flame demonic woman finally understood what Su Yu meant. She had tried to comfort Su Yu by saying that the dead couldn't be resurrected. However, for Su Yu, resurrecting the dead was just a matter of a thought. How could he say that he was sorry? That was why he said that she had made the decisions on her own. "I dare not do it again," the divine flame demonic woman said. She didn't dare to use her common sense to judge Su Yu anymore. Who knew if he would overturn her common sense the next time? Xiao Liefeng gradually regained consciousness. Looking at the divine flame demonic woman and the others, he said in a daze, "Demonic woman from the Starfire civilization? Where is this?" For a moment, he thought that he had arrived in the world of the dead after he died. The divine flame demonic woman said, "You didn't die. To be exact, Su Yu saved you." "Saved me?" Xiao Liefeng didn't think too much about it. He thought that he was just seriously injured and was healed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." He looked at Su Yu, who was covered in thunder and lightning, and was surprised. The divine flame demonic woman was addressing someone as Senior. However, he still had to be grateful for saving his life. "Xiao Liefeng, the empire has been destroyed. What are your plans now?" Su Yu asked. Xiao Liefeng looked at the dead Princess Chen Yu not far away. His pupils constricted, and great sorrow welled up in his heart. She was his daughter, after all. Even though he had almost died at her hands, he couldn't feel any hatred. All he felt was remorse and regret. "I have no home to return to." Looking at the ruined imperial city, Xiao Liefeng sighed. Su Yu nodded. Then, Are you willing to replace my disciple Su Yu and take charge of the colored glaze civilization? What? Take charge of the colored glaze civilization? Xiao Lifeng couldn't believe his ears. The divine flame demonic woman added, Xiao Lifeng, Senior has destroyed all the enemies of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, including Pro Yunzi. The sword-seeking pavilion has also submitted to Senior. Now, the entire colored glaze civilization is under Senior's control. Hearing this, Xiao Lifeng was shocked. To be able to kill Pro Yunzi, this Senior must be very powerful. Senior healed my injuries and treated me so well. How can I repay you? Xiao Lifeng asked. The divine flame demonic woman looked at Xiao Lifeng with a condescending gaze. Xiao Lifeng, Senior did not heal your injuries. Instead, he brought you back to life. Xiao Lifeng was taken aback. He nodded. Oh, I see. He didn't believe it at all. How could a dead person still be alive? At most, his injuries were very serious, and he was on the verge of death. The divine flame demonic woman sighed. Summer insects can't be compared to ice. She finally understood how Senior felt when she said that dead people couldn't be brought back to life. She was a frog in a well, and she didn't even have the interest to explain. Su Yu didn't care. He said calmly, take care of the colored glaze civilization. When an organization called the Cauldron comes looking for you, you just have to help it develop. Xiao Lifeng had nowhere to go and nothing to do. Taking charge of the colored glaze civilization in exchange for helping an organization? Why not? Yes, Senior, Xiao Lifeng bowed. Su Yu nodded silently. The matters of the colored glaze civilization had been settled. It was time to leave for the East Domain to look for the divine throne of heaven and earth. At the same time, he would participate in the recruitment of the 8-star civilization. Su Yu hummed softly through his nostrils. Then, he activated the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon and left with the divine flame demonic woman and the others. The terrifying yin and yang flow and the chaotic vision of life and death caused Xiao Lifeng, who had his head lowered, to fall to the ground in shock. When he opened his eyes again, there was no one in front of him. Apart from the torn space and the horrifying vision that remained, there was nothing else. What level is that? Xiao Lifeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he realize that the divine flame demonic woman's words about resurrection might not be nonsense, but the truth. Back to Su Yu. Before he left, he flew past Liuli City and took Xie Xiaoye, who was guarding the Glaze ancient cave, with him. At the same time, Meng Qie led the battleship back into hiding, secretly guarding the colored Glaze civilization. The next moment, in the depths of the universe, in a place where evil energy was rampant, a mass of light suddenly descended. When the light dispersed, several figures walked out of it. It was Su Yu, the divine flame demonic woman, and the others. With the activation of the bizarre feathers of the ancestral dragon, they instantly flew out of the colored glaze civilization and arrived at an unknown territory. What greeted their eyes was a dark red universe. It was as if the depths of the universe in front of them was a sea of blood, illuminating the universe in red. It gave them a sense of unease. The border between the West Domain and the East Domain. The divine flame demonic woman's pupils constricted. They had crossed the entire West Domain in a single breath and arrived at the border of the West Domain. Senior's magical powers were beyond what she had expected. There are still a few years before the recruitment of the 8-star civilization. Senior, do you think we should enter the East Domain now or later? The divine flame demonic woman asked for Su Yu's opinion, not daring to make a decision on her own. Of course, Su Yu would not enter now. It was not the first time that Su Yu had heard of the evilness of the East Domain. Every moment spent in there meant more danger. Chapter 2364. My disciple might still be on his way. Let's wait for him here for now. Su Yu found an excuse casually. As you wish, Elder. The divine flame demonic woman said, I know of a small civilization nearby. It's a place one must pass to enter the East region. Why don't you rest there? Su Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. Elder, who are you? Why did you bring me here? I still have to wait for someone in the colored glaze civilization. Xie Xiaoye's weak voice came from beside him. She could sense that the identity of the lightning man in front of her was terrifying. She, who was clearly in the colored glaze civilization, had been brought to the edge of the West region in an instant. Su Yu then realized that Xie Xiaoye still didn't understand the situation. Cut the crap, just follow me. He was slightly relieved that Xie Xiaoye was still waiting for his return at the entrance of the colored glaze ancient cave. Xie Xiaoye pouted, not daring to make a sound. Momo followed them to a small civilization nearby. The civilization wasn't big, only at the level of a 5-star civilization. But with a glance, there were many strong men on it. There were hundreds of Fish Dragon Realm strong men and several Celestial Realm strong men. There were countless Forgetting Words and Initial Path Realm strong men. Their identities were self-evident. They were people from other civilizations who had come to the East region to participate in the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations. They also chose to wait here temporarily, entering the 8-star civilization when the recruitment test approached. This star is called the Shore, meaning that the East region is a sea of bitterness. Repent and you will be saved, the Divine Flame Demonic Woman said. The Divine Flame Demonic Woman explained, this civilization is located in a special location. Over time, it became the last stop for people traveling to the East. Many warriors will make ample preparations here. Therefore, there are all kinds of resources here, even more than the main cities of the 9 universal civilizations. Su Yu nodded slightly. She didn't need to say anything. Su Yu could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the city. It just so happened that Su Yu had some things to prepare. The group arrived at the civilization. After settling down in an inn, Su Yu brought Xie Xiaoye to the market. In the colored glaze ancient cave, the snake ancestor gave Su Yu a snake gallbladder that could heal all injuries. He had asked if it could restore the memory erased by the heavenly law, and the snake ancestor had told him that it could only restore a small part. He hadn't been willing to use this snake gallbladder, intending to give it to Qinxiana. If, can also meet again. However, the snake gallbladder was too powerful, and some special herbs were needed to neutralize its medicinal power before it could be given to Qinxiana. Right now, he was looking for the herbs he needed. Senior, where are you taking me? Xie Xiaoye felt uneasy. She had no idea what her senior was planning. Follow me. Su Yu led her to a dark alley with no one around. Xie Xiaoye felt even more uneasy. Could it be that senior wants to do something to me? However, he immediately shook his head. If he really wanted to do something, why did he have to come to a small alley in the marketplace? Do you know who I am? Xie Xiaoye was baffled. She laughed angrily in her heart. I don't care who you are. You brought me to the border of the Western region for no reason. You must be seriously ill. I still have to wait for Su Yu to come back. I'm Su Yu, Su Yu replied honestly. Xie Xiaoye nodded subconsciously. Oh, so you are Su Yu. Ah, who did you say you were? She reacted and let out a scream. Su Yu covered his mouth and said, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your willpower has weakened. As he spoke, the thunder and lightning on his body disappeared, revealing Su Yu's true appearance. Seeing him, Xie Xiaoye's beautiful eyes shone intensely. She was extremely excited. Her mouth was covered, and she could only wave her hands around excitedly. Don't make a sound. Xie Xiaoye nodded. Su Yu released his hand. I knew you were an unkillable cockroach. You would never die. Xie Xiaoye's face was full of excitement. The haze in her heart had disappeared, and she could not help but reveal a beautiful smile. The corners of Su Yu's eyes twitched. I don't know if I should be happy or unhappy when you say that. Xie Xiaoye punched him and asked curiously, by the way, tell me, how did you pretend to be a senior? That's not right. You crossed the whole Western region in a breath. It doesn't look like a disguise. Oh, I get it now. You got lucky in the glaze ancient cave and picked up a good treasure again. Su Yu hissed. I say, can't you be more pleasant with your words? What do you mean by getting lucky? Xie Xiaoye laughed. She was very open in front of Su Yu. I reunited with you because I did not want you to worry anymore. But remember not to expose me. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Xie Xiaoye was deeply convinced. Once his identity was exposed, The 4 demonic women would not let Su Yu off. I will keep my mouth shut, Xie Xiaoye said. Su Yu nodded. Also, I need your help to find you. I have a special medicinal herb that I need your help to buy. What is there to talk about between us? Xie Xiaoye rolled her eyes. She grabbed Su Yu's arm and walked out of the alley. Perhaps it was because she had regained what she had lost, but she was too excited. Her actions were much lighter than before. Su Yu calmly withdrew his arm. He did not want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Xie Xiaoye's disguised appearance was too beautiful. As they walked in the market, many people turned their heads to look at them. Su Yu did not know how many times he had been killed by other people's gazes along the way. After half an hour, Su Yu stopped in front of a shop that was reserved for women. It sold all kinds of women's products. Among them, there were some very private items for women. Hence, no men were allowed in. I need to buy one. 5 pounds of Southern Sea divine clay. It can only be found here, Su Yu said. The Southern Sea divine clay was a sacred material for making premium rouge. It was not sold anywhere else. Only a few top-notch women's shops had it. Hey, are you buying it to give to your sweetheart? Xie Xiaoye said with a faint smile. Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. What's with all the nonsense? Go quickly. Amidst giggles, Xie Xiaoye skipped into the shop called Cloud Tower. Fairy, what would you like to buy? A maid asked obediently. Do you have the Southern Sea divine clay? The maid's eyes lit up. Yes, we do. Fairy, please go to the 2nd floor. Xie Xiaoye walked up to the 2nd floor and saw a huge display cabinet with all kinds of expensive rouge and face powders. In one of the corners, there was indeed a large piece of the Southern Sea divine clay for sale. She was about to step forward when a petite figure came to the display cabinet before her. She sized up the Southern Sea divine clay. Not good. Xie Xiaoye immediately sensed that something was wrong. The piece of Southern Sea divine clay was not big, only 5 pounds. If the other party got it before her, she would not be able to hand it over. Shopkeeper, I want all of the Southern Sea divine clay, Xie Xiaoye shouted as she walked over. As a former pirate leader, Xie Xiaoye was not one to follow the rules. Hearing that, the owner of the petite figure in front of the counter turned around and looked at her with a frown. Xie Xiaoye took a look and realized that the girl was shockingly beautiful. She had an oval face and big, bright eyes. She looked like a fairy from the mountains. Xie Xiaoye considered herself a beauty, but when she saw such a girl, she could not help but compare. Shopkeeper, I want it too. The petite girl stared at Xie Xiaoye with slight dissatisfaction. Xie Xiaoye came back to her senses and walked over. She slammed the table and glared at the shopkeeper. How much? I'll buy it. The petite girl seemed angry at Xie Xiaoye's rudeness. Shopkeeper, I came to the counter first. You should sell it to me first. Xie Xiaoye did not care. So what if you came first? I wanted it first. Me. Unreasonable. The petite girl glared at her angrily. Shopkeeper, how much is it? The shopkeeper was stuck in the middle and did not want to offend either. He said, Fairies, why don't we split it in half? No. The two girls said at the same time and glared at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had no choice but to say, 1.5 kilograms of Southern Sea divine clay. The total is 3 million Dao coins. The petite girl took out a small bag with 3 million Dao coins inside. Here you go. Wait. Xie Xiaoye narrowed her eyes and smiled ambiguously. Little girl, since you and I are not going to give way, then let's see who has more money. 4 million Dao coins. 500. The petite girl was not willing to admit defeat. 10 million. As a pirate leader, Xie Xiaoye was not someone who lacked money. Moreover, she had gained a lot in the glazed ancient cave. A mere 10 million was just a drop in the ocean. On the other hand, the petite girl was short of money. For a mere 1.5 kilograms of Southern Sea divine clay, she was really reluctant to spend more than 10 million. Don't go too far, the petite girl said angrily. Xie Xiaoye put one hand on her waist and looked up with a smile. If I go too far, so be it. What can you do about it? You. The The petite girl stomped her feet and glared at Xie Xiaoye before leaving angrily. She went straight down the stairs to the door. A seemingly elegant young man wearing a green robe and a bamboo crown flashed out with an eager smile. "Little sister Xian, you bought it so quickly." The other party looked at the petite girl with an imperceptible strangeness in his gaze. There was greed, love, and possessiveness. The petite girl was none other than Qin Xian, who had left the Azura world and traveled alone. When she was hunting demonic beasts in a certain place, she suddenly encountered the collapse of heaven and earth and was accidentally swept into a powerful spatial rift. After drifting for 10 years, she fell out a few years ago. She was heavily injured, but fortunately, she fell near the South Sea civilization. The South Pole immortal Wang happened to be traveling nearby, so he saved her and brought her back to the South Pole Immortal Palace. The South Pole Immortal Wang was surprised to find that Qin Xiana had a special Dark Phoenix physique, so he took her into the South Pole Immortal Palace. This time, Qin Xian was one of the representatives of the South Pole Immortal Palace to participate in the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations in the East. The scholar in front of her was one of the young talents of the South Pole Immortal Palace, Hai Qingxiao. Qin Xian wanted to buy some Southern Sea divine clay to refine some things she wanted to use, but this senior brother insisted on following her. "Senior brother Hai, please call me Lady Qin or junior sister." Qin Xian's eyes were cold, and she drew a clear distinction between them. She was no longer the ignorant Qin Xian from before. She was especially sensitive to men's eyes. Chapter 2365. Junior sister Xiana, don't be so distant. Hai Qingxiao was full of smiles. Qin Xiana's gaze grew colder and colder, even more disgusted. Hai Qingxiao's smile stiffened. "All right, junior sister Qin, I just want to deepen our relationship. I don't have any other intentions." Qin Xiana did not give him a chance to continue. "Our relationship should stop at being brother and sister. There is no need to deepen it." Being rejected so mercilessly, Hai Qingxiao could only smile awkwardly. Qin Xiana bypassed her and walked out gloomily. First, she had met a rude woman, then Hai Qingxiao. Qin Xiana was not in a good mood. She lowered her head and walked down the stairs. She saw a figure standing at the corner of the door. That figure seemed a little familiar. She couldn't help but raise her head to take a look. As a result, she was suddenly stunned. "It's you." Qin Xiana would never forget Su Yu, who had taken the initiative to hug her in the ancestral demon grounds. He had threatened her with the Azura Imperial Seal in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu was resting with his eyes closed, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Xiana's pretty face. He almost thought he was seeing things. Qin Xiana should still be in the Azura world, 1,000 years away. Why would she be here? "Xiana." Su Yu rushed forward and pulled Qin Xiana into his arms. In that moment of forgetfulness, he had even forgotten that Qin Xiana no longer remembered him. Qin Xiana was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this person? He had hugged her immediately the first time they met, and now he was doing it again. However, what was inconceivable to her was that even though she could easily push him away, her body didn't listen to her. She just stood there motionlessly and allowed Su Yu to hug her. Her soul might have forgotten Su Yu, but her body remembered him. Feeling the strong masculine scent, Qin Xiana was embarrassed. She finally found her body and pushed him away. She had wanted to scold him for being obscene or shameless, but it turned into a bashful complaint. "Why are you always like this?" Qin Xiana did not understand what was wrong with her. She was so repulsed by other men that even an intimate form of address would cause her disgust and coldness. However, the man in front of her was hugging her in public, and she was merely complaining. His current actions were completely unlike himself. It was only now that Su Yu realized that Qin Xiana was no longer the Qin Xiana of the past. His eyes were fixed on Qin Xiana, as if he could melt her in the next moment. When Qin Xiana met his eyes, she actually felt uncomfortable all over. She averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. "You. Why are you here too?" "No." Qin Xiana felt like she was about to go crazy. Why did she ask such a question? She should have given him a stern warning. In the end, She greeted him as if they were acquaintances who had not seen each other for a long time. "I'll save them." "What about you?" Qin Xiana replied, "I'm here to participate in the recruitment of an 8-star civilization." The two of them stood face to face, one asking and the other answering, as if they were friends who had not seen each other for many years. Hai Qingxiao, who was at the side, stared at Qin Xiana's expression, then at Su Yu. His expression could not help but sink. In the South Pole Fairy Palace, Qin Xiana was known for her coldness, especially towards men of the same age. She never pretended to be friendly. Many young men had spoken to her, but she had never even answered them directly. But the current Qin Xiana was no longer behaving like she did at the South Pole Fairy Palace. Hai Qingxiao could not help but feel jealous, interrupting, "Brother, who are you?" As he spoke, he sized up Su Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Yu turned a deaf ear. At that moment, he only had eyes for Qin Xiana. "Brother, I'm asking you a question," Hai Qingxiao repeated, displeased. Only then did Su Yu look at him, his gaze cold. Scram. Su Yu was already showing restraint by not sending someone flying with a punch to Qin Xiana's side and interrupting their reunion. Hai Qingxiao laughed angrily. "Do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to scram?" He was about to explode further when Qin Xiana turned her head and said coldly, "What if I told you to scram?" She did not know why, but Hai Qingxiao had interrupted their conversation, making her feel very uncomfortable. She could not help but lose her temper. Hai Qingxiao was taken aback, looking at Qin Xiana in surprise. His eyes were filled with suspicion. What was the relationship between Qin Xiana and this human? He stared at Su Yu deeply, remembering his appearance before leaving with a light grunt. Qin Xiana looked at his back with disgust, then turned to look at Su Yu. "How have you been recently? If you have been well, even if I have to suffer, I will gladly endure it," Su Yu said, looking at Qin Xiana. Qin Xiana's heart skipped a beat. She had heard similar sweet nothings many times before. Those words would only make her feel disgusted and disgusted. But when they came from Su Yu's mouth, she felt an indescribable warmth and emotion. However, this strand of emotion had only just appeared when it was wiped away by an invisible force. "You are always like this every time we meet, speaking without thinking. You said that we were just friends in the past. Don't say such frivolous words, okay?" Qin Xiana pouted. Although she said that, she was not the least bit strict. All right, all right, all right. I understand." Su Yu was happy. Even seeing Qin Xiana angry made him feel satisfied. But the shortest moment was just a good time. Xie Xiaoye carried the divine clay of the South Sea, smiling as she walked out of the Tower of the Clouds. She ran up to Su Yu like a little bird returning to its home, intimately holding onto his arm. She showed him the divine clay of the South Sea and said, "Here, success is imminent. How are you going to thank me tonight?" Unexpectedly, Su Yu's expression stiffened. On the other side, Qin Xiana's expression quickly darkened as she stared at Xie Xiaoye without blinking. Because of the angle, Xie Xiaoye had not seen who Su Yu was talking to. She followed Su Yu's gaze and was stunned. "It's you. Do you know each other?" Qin Xiana looked at Xie Xiaoye's hand that was holding onto Su Yu's arm. She had been acting coquettishly just a moment ago, but her face immediately darkened. She stared at Su Yu and said unhappily, "I won't disturb you anymore." Su Yu immediately withdrew his hand and pulled Qin Xiana back. He said, "Xiana, let me explain." "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen." Qin Xiana was indescribably angry. "You should thank your woman tonight. It wasn't easy for her to get this divine clay of the South Sea." As she spoke, she shook off Su Yu's hand and walked away quickly. After walking for some distance, she suddenly froze and thought to herself, "Strange, why am I angry? What does it have to do with me that he has a woman?" Even though she said that, when she recalled the scene of Xie Xiaoye holding onto Su Yu's arm, and then recalled Xie Xiaoye's pillously beautiful face that was not inferior to her own, she felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. It was as if she had lost something. Su Yu glared at Xie Xiaoye. How can it not be bad? He immediately chased after her, but Qin Xiana ran all the way, not stopping at all until she ran into a heavily guarded manor. There were many experts in the manor, and there was a faint terrifying aura that could rival that of the divine flaming demonic woman. This is the resting area of the South Pole Fairy Palace. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. The guard at the door shouted at Suyu to stop him from approaching. The South Pole Fairy Palace? Suyu's expression turned grave. As the most powerful 7-star civilization among the 9 great 7-star civilizations, it was not appropriate for him to trespass. Why did Xiana join the South Pole Fairy Palace? Suyu frowned. He had once heard the divine flaming demonic woman mention that the South Pole Fairy Wang was not a good person. Would Xiana be in danger if she stayed in the South Pole Fairy Palace? Thinking of this, his heart could not help but sink. Why are you still here? The guard berated him. Suyu took a deep look at the manor, then left silently. Xiana should not be in danger for the time being. If she was, she would have met with misfortune long ago. It seems like the most important thing now is to quickly concoct the snake gallbladder and let Xiana recover some of her memories. Only then will she be willing to leave the South Pole Fairy Palace and leave with me, Suyu muttered to himself, immediately rushing back without stopping. He met up with Xie Xiaoye midway and quickly walked to the place where they were staying. Who is that woman? Your friend. Your sweetheart? Xie Xiaoye asked incessantly. To be honest, this was the first time Xie Xiaoye had seen Suyu lose his composure. Hence, she could not help but guess the other party's identity. My wife. Ah! Xie Xiaoye opened her mouth wide, her eyes a little dull. It's over. I'm in trouble. If I had known she had that kind of relationship with you, I would not have fought with her for the divine clay of the South Sea. Hearing this, Suyu was both angry and amused. He was angry because Xie Xiaoye's pirate temper had not changed. He was amused because how could there be such a coincidence in this world? He had only asked Xie Xiaoye to buy a piece of divine clay of the South Sea. In the end, Qin Xiana had misunderstood his relationship with Xie Xiaoye. Fate really makes fools of me, Suyu laughed bitterly. After returning to the inn, Suyu immediately began to concoct the snake gallbladder and other ingredients. Meanwhile, in the South Pole Fairy Palace, Hai Qingxiao was angrily drinking wine in a pavilion. Accompanying him were Hai Qingxiao's fellow disciples. Junior Hai, what has angered you to this extent? Could it be that Junior Qin treated you coldly again? A youth with a square face teased. Who among them had not been insulted by Qin Xiana? They were already used to it and had long given up on pursuing Qin Xiana. Only Hai Qingxiao persisted, pestering her relentlessly and refusing to give up. It's fine if I'm being sarcastic, but my feelings for junior sister Qin are sincere. Sooner or later, she will understand my feelings. What I'm angry about is that she treats me so well, yet she treats this wild man who popped out of nowhere differently. Hai Qingxiao heavily smashed the wine cup on the table. With a pa, the wine cup shattered. The youth with a square face was instantly jealous. There's such a thing. Thus, Hai Qingxiao told them everything that had happened. After listening, the few youths present did not feel good. They had thought that Qin Xiana's personality was like this, but now it seemed that Qin Xiana had deliberately distanced herself from them. This kind of differential treatment made it hard for them to accept it. Especially when Hai Qingxiao said that the wild man only had a cultivation level of half a step to Dao Master. Chapter 2366. I really don't understand why a peerless woman like Qin Xiana would treat such a person differently. A senior brother sighed. If news of this gets out, people will think that the disciples of the South Pole Fairy Palace can't even compare to a half-pathmaster, another senior brother said angrily. The difference between Qin Xiana's attitude towards them and Suyu's made them feel uneasy. Senior brothers, all of you have come out of the great wilderness of the South Sea recently, so your strength must have improved greatly, right? Why don't you practice before the recruitment of the 8-star civilizations? Hai Qingxiao said thoughtfully. The great wilderness of the South Sea was like the glaze ancient cave of the colored glaze civilization. It was a mysterious place passed down from ancient times. This group of geniuses had cultivated there for several years, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. However, due to the lack of time, they didn't have the time to practice and learn from each other. The senior brothers looked at each other, revealing a rather strong interest. They didn't want to deal with a half-pathmaster by themselves. However, if he could secretly spy on the strength of his fellow disciples, then it would be worth it. They were now senior brothers, and in the near future, they would be competitors on the same stage. Everyone wanted to know each other's strength in advance. Therefore, each of them had their own ulterior motives. They nodded one after another. Junior Brother High's suggestion is good. The recruitment is extremely dangerous, and it will only benefit us if we practice in advance. They all agreed immediately. Okay, where is that human? Hai Qingxiao shook his head. I didn't follow him, so I don't know where he is. However, this civilization is only so big, so it's easy to find a person. We will find him in 3 days. Okay, in 3 days, we will wait for the representatives of the South Pole Fairy Palace to visit him. In the inn, Su Yu was carefully preparing the snake gallbladder. The preparation process wasn't complicated, but many aspects needed to be precise, and one mistake could easily lead to failure. He had bought 5 pounds of Southern Sea divine clay in preparation for failure. However, since Qinxiana urgently needed the Southern Sea divine clay, he focused on reducing the probability of failure as much as possible, hoping to save more Southern Sea divine clay for Qinxiana when the opportunity arose. For this, he didn't hesitate to consume his soul power to ensure that he didn't fail. A whole day later, Su Yu's head was dizzy, as if he had been training continuously for several years. His mental energy was severely depleted. However, his tired eyes were filled with gratification. The one in his hand was a bottle of jade-colored spirit liquid, while the one on his hand was concocted with snake bile. As long as there was a chance for Qinxiana to drink it, she would more or less regain some of her memories. After carefully keeping it, Su Yu rubbed his aching head. After a moment of silence, he took out the heaven-destroying rod that the divine flame demoness had given him. He didn't have the time or opportunity to explore before, but now he finally had some time. He caressed the body of the Heaven Destroyer rod and felt a few bumps on his fingers. He fixed his eyes on it and saw the words Heaven Destroyer rod. The words were bold and imposing, and they were filled with an overbearing feeling of looking down upon the world. As he held it in his hand, Su Yu faintly felt as if he couldn't hold it, and his arm sank down uncontrollably. That's strange. Su Yu was surprised. He didn't feel the weight of the heaven-exterminating rod, but his arm felt like it was difficult to hold it. This was under the condition that it wasn't activated. Once activated, according to the divine flame demoness, it could change its size and length at will. Let's give it a try. He instilled the desolate force into the Heaven Destroyer rod and shouted at the same time, grow. Swoosh. Sure enough, the Heaven Destroyer rod immediately changed from the length of a rolling pin to the length of a 3-foot sword. And its weight instantly increased by 30 times. Su Yu's hand couldn't help but sink down, and he almost couldn't hold it. Su Yu was surprised and tried to instill a little more desolate force into it. As a result, it increased by 3 times, and its weight increased by 300 times. Plop! Su Yu was caught off guard. The Heaven Destroyer rod suddenly became extremely heavy, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. His face was flushed, and he exerted all his strength to slowly lift the Heaven Destroyer rod. For this, he didn't hesitate to use the Sky Dragon body. Because the dragon blood had been drained, Su Yu's Sky Dragon body was far from what it used to be, but he still had the state of forgetting words. In the end, he couldn't lift it, and could only stabilize it. If it was a little heavier, Su Yu would never be able to lift it. In desperation, he had to withdraw the desolate force, and the Heaven Destroyer rod slowly shrank, and finally became a rolling pin. Unbelievable. Su Yu had only instilled the desolate force, and the Heaven Destroyer rod had become so heavy. If he instilled the Pathmaster's strength, wouldn't it be heavy enough to crush a 7-star civilization? His eyes were filled with a trace of excitement, and he confirmed that this was indeed a top-grade treasure, no worse than the Royal Dragon Sword. However, it is quite difficult to control it. Su Yu frowned and thought. With its weight, Su Yu would be tired before he could kill the enemy. If only the dragon blood in my body hadn't been extracted. Su Yu sighed secretly. With the strength of the Sky Dragon body, he could certainly activate the Heaven Destroyer rod. With this thought in mind, His heart moved. It might be difficult to find dragon blood elsewhere, but this was the last civilization to leave the western regions. The prosperity of this place was no less than any of the cities of the 9 great 7-star civilizations. He immediately set off and went to the marketplace. After searching carefully, he didn't find any shops similar to the one in the Palace of Light that provided dragon blood. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned around abruptly. "Your Excellency, you've been following me for a while." Behind him stood a yellow-robed young man with shifty eyes and a treacherous look. "Sir, I've been observing you for a while. Is there anything that you can't buy?" Without waiting for Suyu to ask, the yellow-robed young man introduced himself. "I'm not talented, but in this market, I know which house has a few nests of rats, which family's female dog has stolen a wild male dog, and which family's male cat is fickle." The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. In fact, as soon as the other party spoke, he knew his identity. In the marketplace of civilization, he was a kind of person who specialized in serving as a guide for outsiders in order to earn money. However, his refreshing and refined self-praise was really refreshing to Suyu. "All right, I'm not looking for rats, cats, or dogs. I'm only looking for dragons," Suyu said. The yellow-robed youth chuckled. "Dear customer, you must be joking. Hundreds of millions of years ago, when the dragon race was in decline, the streets were filled with dragons, and even beautiful dragons could be bought. But now, who would dare to sell dragons? Aren't you afraid that the dragon race will come and annihilate you?" The current dragon clan was different from the past. Now that they had become the #1 race in the outer realm, no one dared to buy or sell the dragon race anymore. "Dragons are out of the question, but there must be someone selling dragon body parts, right?" Suyu said. The yellow-robed young man shook his head with certainty. No. This was already at the edge of the western region, not far from the southern region where the dragon clan resided. Unlike the colored glass civilization, which was located in the depths of the western region, the dragon race might not know if they secretly sold some dragon blood. Just as Suyu was feeling disappointed, the yellow-robed youth suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Of course, there is no such thing on the surface. However, there is still such thing in the dark." Suyu's heart moved. The shore was a bustling trading area. Since there were open transactions, there were naturally underground transactions as well. "Lead the way." Without hesitation, Suyu tossed 100 Dao coins to the yellow-robed youth. The eyes of the yellow-robed youth, which were as small as green beans, sparkled immediately. He said with great joy, "Young master, you are so generous. I like it. Hihi, come with me, I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Under his guidance, Suyu walked through a winding, dilapidated path and came to a small market hidden deep underground. Most of the people in the market were masked, hiding their identities. They were all on high alert, and there was a faint atmosphere of mutual hostility. "Do you see the tent in the innermost part?" The yellow-robed youth pointed inside and said, "That is a shop specially set up by a person named Qing Yangzi. Every day, some dragon body parts will be sold at a fixed time. If you are lucky, you may be able to buy dragon blood." After saying that, the yellow-robed youth cupped his fists and said, "Since the way has been pointed out, I will take my leave now." He walked out of the underground market with a smile, but at the entrance of the underground market, he encountered an extraordinarily tall person. The other party was shrouded in a black robe, and his whole body was emitting a mysterious aura, making it difficult to see his true self. Standing in front of him, the yellow-robed youth felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation, and his heart began to panic for no reason. He hurriedly made way, saying, "Sir, please." The black-robed person stood there, his eyes quietly looking at the yellow-robed youth. The yellow-robed youth's heart was thumping wildly, and it was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. His face gradually turned pale, and his eyes flickered rapidly. He was about to faint from suffocation. Luckily, the black-robed person was silent for a moment, then walked into the underground market without saying a word. Only then did the yellow-robed youth heave a sigh of relief. He realized that in a short moment, his whole body was drenched, and his limbs were trembling uncontrollably. What a frightening person. The yellow-robed youth's lips trembled, and he turned to look at the back of the black-robed person. At once, his whole body shivered, as if he were an ordinary person who had seen a ghost. "I can't stay here any longer, I have to leave quickly." The yellow-robed youth held onto the wall, his legs trembling as he crawled out of the underground market. He flew out of the city, not daring to stop for even a moment. Su Yu went to the tent of Qing Yangzi. When he opened the tent, there were already 3 or 4 unidentified people waiting inside. Su Yu's arrival caused them to look at him cautiously, but they continued to wait as if nothing had happened. "Are you also here to buy the body materials of the Dragon Clan?" After Su Yu sat down, a soft, flirtatious voice floated over from beside him. Su Yu's expression was calm. "You don't have to ask me what I am here to buy, you will know later." "Oh, judging from your voice, it sounds like a little brother." The flirtatious woman came over and said, "Little brother, I am alone tonight, do you want to?" Slap. Su Yu's reply was a punch from Su Yu. He had only used 30% of his strength, but even so, it still caused the flirtatious woman to tilt. This was even after she had sensed it and blocked it with her arms. "You are so rude," the flirtatious woman angrily rebuked. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he used 2 of his fingers to probe the ground beneath him. Then, he picked up a 5-colored centipede from the ground. "You should be glad that I am a magnanimous person," Su Yu said coldly. "Otherwise, it would not be too much even if I beat you to death for secretly planting poisonous insect." Among the 9 great 7-star civilizations, there was only one civilization that was good at controlling spiritual insect. Chapter 2367. The 10,000 Insects Civilization. The martial artists of this civilization were skilled in controlling all kinds of spiritual insects. Those spiritual insects had different abilities, and some were especially evil. For example, if Su Yu was not mistaken, the 5-colored centipede in front of him was the enchanting blood centipede, which was quite rare in the 10,000 Insects civilization. Once it bit someone, that person's consciousness would be taken away by the centipede's master and controlled. But it was not obvious on the surface. The woman had used her words to distract Su Yu's attention, but in fact, she had secretly released the 5-colored centipede. Ordinary people would have fallen for it, but Su Yu had been vigilant and had been secretly guarding against it. He had also secretly activated his transparent eye, which allowed him to discover the situation underground. The charming woman's eyes suddenly became sharper, and she could not help but look Su Yu up and down. Recalling the strength of the punch just now, she guessed that he was most likely a strong man of the initial path realm. "Average level," the charming woman said disapprovingly. "If you hadn't controlled the spiritual insects to clone yourself just now, you might not have been able to do anything to me." She had no idea that Su Yu had only used 30% of his strength just now. If Su Yu had used all his strength just now, she would have become a corpse. "Humph." The charming woman snorted and looked straight ahead. The other 2 turned a blind eye to the conflict between Su Yu and the woman. Su Yu glanced around and found that there were 5 cattail hassocks in the tent. It seemed like Qing Yangzi would wait for the cattail hassocks to be full before appearing. Da. At that moment, there was the sound of heavy footsteps outside the tent. Su Yu turned his head and saw that the tent flap had been lifted, and a tall, burly man in a black robe walked in. His aura was restrained, and his cultivation level could not be seen. But he gave off an unusually strong sense of oppression. Su Yu shivered slightly. He could feel that the oppressive feeling from the other party was due to him deliberately shrinking it. Otherwise, they might not have been able to withstand it. Strong man. Absolute strong man. In an instant, Su Yu's mind was racing. The black-robed man looked straight ahead, sitting on the last cattail hassock, and said calmly, "Let's begin." His voice was unusually deep, like metal, and gave off an extremely heavy sense of oppression. "Ha ha ha." A loud laugh came from outside, and a middle-aged man with green feathers strode in with a smile. "You are today's distinguished guest." Without a doubt, it was Qing Yangzi. He strode inside and took the seat in the center, then said in a friendly tone, "Everyone, you have come at the right time. I have just received a new batch of dragon materials. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Because dragon materials were extremely rare, their sources were extremely limited. Therefore, the guests did not have the right to make a reservation. They could only choose from whatever Qing Yangzi brought out. If there was nothing he was satisfied with, he could leave on the spot. If there was something he was satisfied with, he could stay and trade. The charming woman said angrily, "That's what you say to the guests who come every day, right? But after so many years, I've never seen you sell anything good. They're all dragon bones that have been dead for who knows how long. What use can they be?" Hearing this, Su Yu felt like he had been tricked. If they were dragon bones, what use would he have for them? That yellow-robed youth was still unreliable, but since he was already here, he might as well see it to the end. "Fairy, you are wrong. I, Qing Yangzi, never lie. Since I said that it is fresh, then it must be fresh." Qing Yangzi took out a huge stone box. It was engraved with characters that were difficult for outsiders to recognize. Do you see it? The characters engraved on it are all fresh dragon runes. Isn't it awesome? Qing Yangzi said mysteriously. Su Yu looked at it and frowned slightly. The runes on it were probably written in the ancient language of the dragon race. The general idea was that this was the coffin of a female dragon. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Qing Yangzi was a good person. He had actually raided a tomb from the dragon race. Su Yu found it hard to support such an act. Because the characters were engraved by the parents of a white-haired man who had buried a black-haired man. Deep sorrow could be felt in between the lines. Doing such a thing was really against the harmony of the world. "Everyone, please open your eyes." Qing Yangzi patted the stone box. Inside was a pink young dragon that was about 100 feet long. The eyes of the charming woman and the other two people shone brightly. "It's a complete dragon. Although it's a young dragon, it's already extremely rare." It had been many years since a dragon had been sold in the coast civilization. It was easy to imagine how important the complete remains of the dragon clan was. Su Yu sighed softly. It was just a young dragon. The amount of real dragon blood in its body was pitiful. It was probably not as thick as the dragon blood in his body. Even if he got it, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not want to touch a stolen dragon's body. "What's the price?" The charming woman was eager to try. Qing Yangzi stroked the dragon's body and said, "At least 1 billion Dao coins." 1 billion? The charming woman gasped. The price had obviously exceeded her expectations. However, looking at the dragon's body in front of her, the charming woman gritted her teeth and decided to buy it. 1 billion. "Little girl, I'm here. How can you buy it?" 1 billion Dao coins. A masked man increased the price by 100 million. Another masked man did not want to be outdone. He said slowly, "I'm determined to get the dragon's body." 2 billion. The charming woman was a little anxious. She shouted, "Everyone is competing with me." 3 billion. The three of them were determined to get it. They fought with each other and raised the price to nearly 2 billion. Su Yu was slightly shocked. 2 billion Dao coins had completely exceeded the value of the young dragon. It was really not worth it. Seeing that the frequency of the bidding was getting lower and lower, and the charming woman had the upper hand in the end, Su Yu felt that the auction should end there. Unexpectedly, the tall black-robed man, who had not spoken all this time, calmly said, 20 billion Dao coins. How much? 20 billion? It had pushed the highest bid of 20 billion 10 times higher. Qing Yangzi was stunned. "Customer, once the price is set, you are not allowed to go back on your word." The tall figure said indifferently, "To me, she is a priceless treasure." There was a hint of strangeness in his words. Qing Yangzi was overjoyed. He hurriedly took the stone box and said, "Good, good, good. It's yours, customer." He looked at the black-robed man, extremely excited. 20 billion Dao coins, he was about to get his hands on it. The black-robed man reached out and pulled something out from under his black robe. It was not a money card, but a jade bottle the length of an arm. The bottle was filled with dark red droplets. Qing Yangzi was startled. "Customer, what do you mean by this?" The black-robed man became unfathomable. He calmly said, "This is pure dragon blood, and it comes from the great venerable realm dragon clan. Each drop is worth at least 100 million Dao coins. 200 drops is enough for 20 billion. The blood of the great venerable realm dragon clan? Qing Yangzi frowned. As far as he knew, there were no more than 3 great venerables in the entire dragon clan. Every drop of their dragon blood was extremely precious and would never leak out. How could there be 200 drops? Really? Qing Yangzi asked. The black-robed man said, "You can check it on the spot." This was a serious matter. Qing Yangzi would not make a careless transaction and opened the jade bottle on the spot. In an instant, a stream of flames spewed out from the jade bottle, nearly burning Qing Yangzi's eyes. Dragon's breath. Qing Yangzi gasped. It was said that only strong martial artists whose cultivation base had reached the great venerable realm could produce dragon's breath in their dragon blood. This was indeed the dragon blood of the great venerable realm. Su Yu's heart pounded wildly as he watched from the side. But it was not excitement, it was a great sense of crisis. How could a normal person have the dragon blood of the great venerable realm, and 200 drops at that? There was only one answer. Deal. Qing Yangzi said immediately. He stuffed the jade bottle into his storage space and threw the stone box into the arms of the black-robed man. Then, without hesitation, he turned and rushed out of the tent. He had a bad premonition, so he ran away immediately after obtaining the dragon blood. The black-robed man took the stone box calmly, looking at the dragon in the stone box with a sorrowful expression. Then, he calmly said, "Father said that one must be fair and just. I have taken back my sister's corpse fairly. Now, I can do what I want with a clear conscience." Suddenly, Qing Yangzi's pathetic cry came from outside the tent. He stumbled back into the tent, his body a bloody mess, and white smoke was coming from his body, as if he had been burned by some terrifying heat. "Someone has set up the Dragon Clan's seal outside the tent," Qing Yangzi roared, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man. Swoosh, 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 the charming woman and the others jumped away from the black-robed man, staring at him without blinking. Qing Yangzi shouted, "Who are you?" The black-robed man put away the stone box, looked at Qing Yangzi, and slowly took off his black robe, revealing a dragon's head. It was greenish-brown all over, emitting a metallic luster, as if it was made of metal. "I am the Lone Emperor. Perhaps you have heard of my name." As soon as he said this, everyone exclaimed in shock. The strongest of the Dragon Clan's younger generation, the Lone Emperor? The charming woman screamed, her voice filled with unspeakable fear and wariness. The Lone Emperor was known as the strongest person in the southern region, the future heir of the Dragon Clan. From the beginning of his existence until now, he had never been defeated by anyone. Instead, many famous figures in the outer regions had fallen at his hands. For example, the master of civilization of the Sky Sea civilization, which was one of the 9 great 7-star civilizations, who had reached the celestial realm, was killed by the Lone Emperor 10 years ago. The reason was that the master of Sky Sea civilization had bought and sold a dragon without permission. The Lone Emperor single-handedly killed his way into the Sky Sea civilization and took his head. Knowing that the person in front of them was the terrifying Lone Emperor, who struck terror in the outer regions, the charming woman and the others all turned pale. Why is it that human greed is like a ravine that can never be filled? The Lone Emperor said calmly, "My younger sister died tragically, so why must she be humiliated by your filthy greed after her death?" As soon as he said this, intense flames suddenly rose from Qing Yangzi's body. No, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go." Qing Yangzi's begging was useless.